we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupaluni and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our own, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we.
Honorable members, Speaker.
Honorable members, I declare this 74th sitting nationally of the 12th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to be duly constituted and in session. The clerk will lead us in prayers.
Almighty God, very God to them, the most prominent season. That is power of consultations. Serving in the letter of the land where knowledge is free. Very mind is out there, the head is an very words come from the depth of truth. God is the God, and He is the guidance. Serving in the adjustment, the several causes of common reports. The inside out private interests, prejudices, and personal preferences. So the result of our counsel. The reason of glory and thy destiny, maintenance of religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of the land. God is God, the visions of the league, and all the people of this fair land, the hence in that state are brotherly in unity, with the minds that call by thee, they are provided in common action.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, this being the first sitting of the National Assembly for this new year, 2024, I take this opportunity to extend to you the economies of good wishes for 2024 and the staff of Parliament, Convention Center, and all those who provide the support for us to continue on the same sentiments. Before first let me recognize we have students from President's College and Guyanese School, along with our former Deputy Speaker, Dr. Sir, and some other members of Parliament.
Presentation of petitions. Presentation of papers and reports, etc.
Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Government.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the Assembly the honour report of the Supreme Court of Judicature for the year 2020.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Senior in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and public service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise, sir, to present to this Honourable House Government Notice Number 1 of 2024 regarding notification receipts of all petroleum revenues paid into the Natural Resource Fund during the period from 1st of October to 31st of December 2023. And secondly, sir, estimates of revenue and expenditure in Guyana for the year 2024. Thank you very much.
Subcommittees. Oral questions without notice. Questions and notice.
Honorable members, we have a number of questions for written response and for oral replies. And these have been directed to the Minister of Government, Minister of Minister of Public Works, and also Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance. These ministers have asked that we be given some more time to provide the answers.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. And since I'm on my feet, I take this opportunity to join with you in extending best wishes to members and their families of this House, a warm and prosperous 2024. And I look forward to us working collectively for the people of this country. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I've just heard what you said with regards to the questions. A few questions are standing in my name for the Honorable Minister, Bishop Juan Ejel. And I'm surprised that the Minister is requesting additional time to provide answers to the questions. Taking into account, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, these questions were questions actually from Budget 2023. So I find it very surprising.
Thank you very much. He sought leave of, the Minister sought leave of the Speaker, and that was granted. Mr. Clerk.
Statements by ministers, including policy statements. Personal explanations. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by Minister.
Of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to bring the following motion to the House. Be it resolved that standing orders numbers 110, subclause 2, 38, be suspended to enable the senior minister in the office of President with responsibility for finance to complete uninterrupted the reading of the budget speech for 2024 at the sitting of the National Assembly on Monday, the 15th January 2024.
Thank you, Minister. I now put the motion. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Introduction of bills. Public business. Government's business.
Honourable members, we have now come to the item budget for 2024. Honourable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon, sir, to move the motion for the approval of the estimates of the public sector and the budget for financial year 2024. In so doing, I wish to indicate that Cabinet has recommended that the National Assembly proceed upon this motion, pursuant to Article 171(2) of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, almost to the day, I rose before this Honourable House to present Budget 2023 on behalf of our People's Progressive Party civic government. As I did so, I outlined the extraordinarily testing circumstances that our government inherited on assuming office in August 2020, and that we have confronted since. It would be recalled, sir, that we came to office amidst crippling overlapping crises. a governance crisis caused by the APNU-AFC's refusal to respect the results of both the December 2018 no confidence motion and the March 2020 election. A public health crisis caused by COVID-19 and the unpreparedness of the and an economic crisis caused by both of the situations, compounding bad economic policy and woeful economic mismanagement from 2015 to 2020. Additionally, sir, we were affected by the global consequences and fallout of COVID-19, including sustained disruption of supply chains, the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the upheavals caused in commodity markets, the policy responses to rein in inflationary pressures, and the concomitant risk of recession. Of course, the constant march of climate change and the erratic and extreme weather events which have become our new normal. Taken together, these overlapping crises caused some to describe the current era as the era of the global polycrisis. Mr. Speaker, if these were not all test enough, the past 12 months challenged our country's resolve even further. 2023 was the year in which we suffered two of the tragic events in recent memory. First, in May, we suffered the heart-wrenching loss of 20 innocent lives in the fire at the female dormitory of the Madhya Secondary School. All of them children seeking to improve their lives and their communities by obtaining a better education. And second, sir, in December, we lost the lives of 5 of our finest servicemen in the line of duty. Some already at the peak of stellar military careers and others well on their way to highly successful lives in uniform. Both these tragedies shook us to the core. On top of all of this, sir, 2023 was the year when Venezuela chose their unlawful and baseless claim on Essequibo. Guyana's border with our neighbors to the west was concluded in a full, final, and perfect settlement in 1899. The most recent provocation visited upon us by the December referendum, in defiance of the process currently underway at the international wide attention to manufactured controversy, consolidated international and multilateral support for Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and mustered a renewed sense of domestic solidarity, including, sir, unanimity in this Honourable House on this matter. Mr. Speaker, throughout this panoply of existential challenges, both domestic and external, our government's leadership and stewardship remained steadfast and focused. Bolstered by the inherent resilience and enduring strength of the Guyanese people, we navigated crisis after crisis and overcame challenge after challenge to emerge a stronger, wiser, and better Guyana. Our democratic credentials were safeguarded.
That's right. That's right.
And our international credibility restored. We contained and overcame the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic. We reopened the economy, restored economic growth, and renewed livelihoods across all 10 regions of our country. And when the external threat was elevated, we secured supportive statements from capitals around the world, favorable provisional measures from the ICJ, and the joint declaration of Argyll. At the same time, we continued undistracted from our work to build a transformed and prosperous Guyana. To give just one example of the pace at which we are executing this work, we began and completed a brand new 4-lane highway from the Sheriff Mandela Junction to Diamond. That new highway is already delivering relief to 45,000 commuters daily and is already saving over 1 million man-hours or person-hours monthly. We have commenced the Ogle to Diamond and the Diamond to Busby Dam 4-lane highways. We've started building the new Demerara Bridge, which will connect directly to these new highways, enabling commuters to travel from West Coast to East Coast Demerara, bypassing central Georgetown. The Linden to Mabura Road is under construction, along with 45 concrete bridges on the road to Lethem. And we are currently procuring services to rehabilitate the Soestdijk to Linden Highway. And Mr. Speaker, these examples are all drawn from the transport infrastructure sector and are only a subset of the work we are doing in that one. The same breathtaking speed of transformation is part of the country and in every other sector. Mr. Speaker, given the dizzying pace at which we are delivering a new and modern Guyana, it's incumbent to pause and spend a few moments to elaborate certain particular elements of our government's vision and model for national transformation in this unprecedented period in our country's economic history. In this regard, sir, it is worthwhile to emphasize that we see this as a period to harness and consolidate national prosperity. And equally important, we see this as a period in which national prosperity will translate into community prosperity and ultimately into household prosperity. First and foremost, Guyana, where every single Guyanese family will be in a position to meet most basic needs relative to a minimum threshold required to enjoy a decent life. I hasten to add, sir, that this threshold is not to be viewed through narrow and simplistic monetary and fixed income, but instead is to be viewed from a multi-dimensional perspective. and modern Guyana, families should have access to decent potential to own their own home, sufficient new food to experience zero hunger, good quality health care from conception to old age, relevant educational and skills training opportunities to equip those of employable age for the world of work, potable and sanitation, and recreational facilities to support healthy living. It will be noted that these necessities matter not only for current comfort, but even more importantly, for long-term economic empowerment. It goes without saying that our government's entire policy agenda is built around ensuring that we put in place capability across the sectors to deliver on all of these expectations. Secondly, we are building a Guyana where the for every single Guyanese family and household wealth through their own efforts. In this regard, we are creating an environment where opportunities for an entrepreneurial activity abound across all sectors of economic endeavor, where the barriers to entry into those activities are lowered, and where appropriate support systems and services are available to enable those opportunities to be realized. In this regard, in this new Guyana, it will be imperative that our population becomes more entrepreneurial in outlook, equipped to indeed create opportunities, prepared to take calculated risks, and able to manage those risks and keep exposure within tolerable levels while maximizing their returns. Mr. Speaker, here again, it goes without saying that our government's policy agenda has created more entrepreneurial opportunities than at any other time in our country's history. The rapid expansion of both grow demand for every single category of goods and services. And needless to say, sir, increased demand for goods and services means more business opportunity for both current and potential producers and suppliers. Whether it be engineering and fabrication services, carpentry and masonry services, or heavy equipment and welding, or legal advisory services, or tailoring and dressing, or accommodation services, or tour guiding and local gathering, or fresh fruit and vegetables or meat and seafood in the local markets, irrespective of which category of goods or services we speak of, the demand for more in today's Guyana. And needless to say, Mr. Speaker, unmet demand constitutes an opportunity to step forward. On this note, government policy also than ever before through government investment in public infrastructure. The government is acquiring an asset that can be collateralized for the purposes of raising financing for a small business. We learned recently that in 2023 only 9,612 such slots were allocated. And over the past 3 years, 30,000 such houses allocated. Mr. That's 30,000 households now have a collateralizable asset that they did not have before. All of these investments translate immediately to increased asset value and balance sheet enhancement for all householders in the communities concerned. Put simply, sir, these public investments enhance private wealth across the length and breadth of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the obvious implication is that the national transition into the modern world must be accompanied by individual transition in the manner in which we consider our own financial circumstances and our own financial well-being. Gone are the days, sir, when we can afford to fixate only on narrow and simplistic metrics of well-being. Our entire portfolio of potential wealth-generating assets. And those who generate prosperity will be those who adopt a comprehensive approach to deploying all of the income-generating potential on their entire household balance sheet. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the third I wish to make. In this Guyana that we're building, one cannot afford either at the national or the individual level to be insular or parochial or oblivious to the economic laws by which the rest of the world operates. We're part of a global economic system. And international business operates by and adheres to certain norms and practices, including the laws of competitiveness, the need for transparency, compliance with global standards, and quality, amongst others. If we wish to be a part of that system, we must adhere to those norms and practices too. This takes on even greater significance if we wish to enter, say, joint ventures and strategic partnerships with international counterparts, perhaps to take advantage of local content opportunities, or indeed to do business with anybody else, anywhere else in the world. That is the Guyana we are building. One in which basic needs are met for all, one where opportunities abound for wealth creation by all,
and one where we are fully integrated in the global economic system in a manner that allows Guyanese nationals and Guyanese businesses to participate in and benefit from the economic opportunities that are emergent in this new era of Guyanese prosperity. Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure that these objectives are realized, a particular approach to policymaking and planning is required. This approach is one that is constantly mindful of the big picture, both globally and nationally, but also the big picture as it relates to the economics of the household in Guyana. Additionally, this approach is one that needs to be informed by rigorous analysis, not just of the current situation, but also projecting well into the medium and longer term, bearing in mind that many of the outcomes being sought will, of necessity, only be evident in the future. Furthermore, it is an approach that requires, indispensably, an optimal balance between short-term imperatives and longer-term considerations, and a willingness to eschew that which might appear popular or stir excitement in the short term, but which might, in fact, be unhelpful or even harmful to the greater good in the longer term. Mr. Speaker, this requires competence, integrity, discipline, focus, and candor as a government, characteristics that successive People's Progressive Party civic governments have always sought to embody and embrace, and the characteristics that the Guyanese people have always shown a strong recognition of and affinity for. On that note, sir, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge that the just completed 2023 was also an election year, with the local government election having been held in June. At the end of that election, sir, we, the People's Progressive Party, secured 108,871 proportional representation votes. In contrast, sir, the APNU-AFC secured 68,229.
Very good, very good, very good, very good.
Of 80 local authority areas, sir, we won 66 rather. Let me say that again. Of 80 local authority areas, sir, we, the People's Progressive Party, won 66.
Yes.
APNU-AFC won 14. Mr. Speaker, of the 66 LAs we won, Mr. Speaker, of the 66 LAs we won, 13 were won by virtue of a no contest because APNU-AFC was simply unable to field a single candidate whatsoever in those LAs.
They will say that's a strategy. They will turn around and say that's a strategy.
Mr. Speaker, we won 906 seats in total. APNU-AFC won 274. And even where we did not win a majority on the council, we increased our representation significantly. In Georgetown, we increased the seats we won from 7 to 11, and APNU-AFC reduced their seats from 23 to 19. In New Amsterdam, we increased our seats from 3, we doubled our seats from 3 to 6, and APNU AFC reduced their seats from 11 to 8. In Linden, sir, we increased and doubled our seats from 1 to 2, and APNU AFC reduced their seats from 15 to 14. But I will add, sir, that in Linden, we may have won 2 seats, sir, but in Linden we secured 2,464 PR votes, 6 times the number of PR votes, 6 times the number of PR votes we secured. Honorable Chief Whip, on that side of the House.
Don't confuse the man. Don't confuse the man.
I believe, sir, it is fair to say that the results speak for themselves. And if I might be permitted a brief repetition, competence, integrity, discipline, focus, and candor as a government, characteristics the Guyanese people have always shown a strong recognition of and affinity for. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to maintaining a policy framework aimed at achieving the objectives we have outlined and at delivering the commitments we made in our manifesto. We are committed to ensuring the preservation of policy predictability and stability, prerequisites that are essential for good decision-making by both businesses and households. We are guided constantly by strong underlying principles and the conviction that every single policy choice and every single expenditure decision can be justified on the basis of promoting the national interest and national well-being. And we are committed to making the hard decisions where these are needed in order to ensure that our country's potential for lasting prosperity is realized, and that national prosperity, when realized, is translated into improved well-being for every single Guyanese household. Mr. Speaker, with this in mind, Budget 2024 is presented under the theme, Staying the Course, Building Prosperity for All.
Progress and prosperity for all.
I turn now, sir, to the global and regional economic context in which we find ourselves as a member of the global community of nations. Mr. Speaker, the global economy remains in a precarious position amidst escalated geopolitical tensions, the fight against persistently high inflation in many parts of the world, and extreme climatic conditions, including a protracted period of the El Niño phenomenon. These forces weighed heavily on global growth in 2023 and have dampened post-pandemic recovery efforts. Against this backdrop, global growth is estimated at 2.6% for 2023, slower than the 3% in 2022. Growth in advanced economies is estimated to have decelerated to 1.5% in 2023 from 2.5% the previous year. This largely reflects a significant slowdown in the euro area, which is estimated to have grown by less than 1%. Conversely, growth of 2.5% was recorded in the United States amidst favorable consumption and business sentiment. Meanwhile, growth in the emerging market and developing economies is estimated at 4%, 0.3 of a percentage point above the growth rate observed in 2022. In the Latin America and Caribbean region, economic growth is estimated to have moderated to 2.2% in 2023 from 3.9% in 2022. The Caribbean is projected to have expanded by 4.6% in 2023, slower than the 8.6% recorded 1 year prior. Excluding Guyana, the region is estimated to have expanded by 2.3%. Mr. Speaker, many of the same forces that subdued global growth in 2023 are expected to persist into 2024. As such, the global economy is forecasted to expand at a slightly slower rate of 2.4% in 2024. Growth in advanced economies is projected to decline by 0.3 of a percentage point in 2024 to 1.2%, while emerging market and developing economies in the LAC region are expected to grow by 3.9% and 2.3%, respectively. In 2022, global inflation levels soared to multi-decade highs amidst pandemic-related disruptions further amplified by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Although efforts to rein in rising prices through tighter financial conditions have shown some effectiveness, inflation remains above target in many countries. It is expected that global inflation decelerated to 6.9% at the end of 2023, 1.8 percentage points below the rate recorded at the end of 2022. Mr. Speaker, as a commodity exporter, Guyana remains susceptible to global developments that trigger shifts in commodity prices on the world market. Among our main exported commodities, sugar and rice prices rose 26.6% and 26.8%. Prices for logs declined 6.8%. Aluminum prices were down 16.6%, and gold prices were up 7.9%. Mr. Speaker, last year, 2023, that is, of course, average Brent crude oil prices retreated from their 8-year high in 2022, falling some 18.4% to $82.6 US dollars per barrel. Mr. Speaker, looking ahead, added inflationary pressures loom large, as recent developments in the shipping industry in particular are expected and threaten freight and commodity prices. Already, freight costs have surged due to the El Nino-induced drought in Panama, Suez. Resultantly, authorities have capped the number and weight of vessels can pass through the Panama Canal, and due to the diversion of ships from the Suez Canal, the rate for than doubled in some parts of the world. Mr. Speaker, against this background, global commodity markets are likely to remain volatile in 2024. On the subject of commodity and other prices, it is apposite to note that the monetary policy response to global inflationary pressures has seen a significant increase in the pricing of credit. Interest rates, especially amongst advanced economies, have risen substantially since early 2022 as governments and central banks attempt to combat stubbornly high levels of inflation in many places. For example, sir, the US effective federal funds rate stood at 5.3% at the end of last year, markedly above the 1.7% average, or its 1.7% average rather, in 2022. Similarly, sir, the benchmark secured overnight financing rate, popularly known as SOFR, averaged 5% in 2023, up from 1.6% in 2022. This has had and will continue to have very severe implications for countries like Guyana, who raise external financing that is priced on the basis of these benchmarks. I turn now, sir, to developments in the domestic economy in 2023. Mr. Speaker, had the Honorable Member Mr. Ramjatan been paying attention, he would have heard when I spoke of Brent crude prices. But I don't know if perhaps he's trying to figure out which portfolio he'll be addressing during the course of this budget debate. I see him whispering to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition in a somewhat quizzical manner. Mr. Speaker, I am now turning to the domestic economy, sir. You will hear shortly. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Guyana's paper currency is currently being signed on the government's behalf by former President and the distinguished Vice President of Guyana, Vice President Bharat Jagdeo, who, sir, as opposition leader, is largely responsible for consigning this APNU-AFC failure into the opposition benches and will help and lead our effort to keep them in opposition for a very, very, very long time. Mr. Speaker, I turn now, sir, to developments in the domestic economy. Mr. Speaker, it appears, it would be recalled, sir, that we got down to the business of government from the 2nd of August 2020. And I returned to Guyana in November 2020. We didn't twiddle our thumbs for 3 months like they twiddled their thumbs for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, I now turn the twiddlers, the thumb twiddlers, the people who twiddled their thumbs for 5 years as they awaited their return to the opposition benches. The perpetual thumb twiddlers, sir. I now turn, sir, to developments, yes, sir, the perpetual thumb twiddlers, spending 5 years in government and doing not one single thing, not a single accomplishment to speak of, having spent 5 years in government. No wonder, sir, that in 3 years they couldn't get their own members of parliament to vote for them and to keep them in a majority in the parliament. And no wonder, sir, it took a mere 5 years, after 23 years in opposition, it took a mere 5 years for the people of Guyana to send them back into the opposition benches. No wonder, sir, the perpetual thumb fiddlers. I now turn, sir, I now turn, sir. I now turn, sir, to development in the domestic economy. Real gross domestic product. Mr. Speaker, at the time of preparing Budget 2023, it was projected that real GDP would grow by 25.1%, with non-oil GDP expected to expand by 7.9%. Mr. Speaker, I am now pleased to report that Guyana's real GDP is estimated to have grown by 33% overall in 2023. I am also pleased, sir, to report that the non-oil real economy grew by 11.7%. The expansion, sir, of the overall real economy can be largely attributed, sir, to continued strong growth in oil and gas activity, with the notable achievement of first oil at the new FPS prosperity in November. Additionally, sir, while growth in the non-oil economy was mainly driven by expansions in the construction, growth in the non-oil economy was mainly driven by expansions in construction and services, agriculture subsector, as well as in the other mining and quarrying subsector. Mr. Speaker, our government's policies continue to be focused on supporting growth in the traditional pillars of the economy while managing the oil and gas sector effectively. Sectoral performance: agriculture, forestry, and fishing. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture, forestry, and fishing sector is estimated to have expanded by 7% in 2023. This performance is attributed to increases across all subsectors and was despite the impact of El Nino. Mr. Speaker, the sugar growing sector is estimated to have grown by 28% in 2023. Kaisuko produced 60,204 tons in 2023. Mr. Speaker, similarly, sir, the rice growing sector expanded by 7%. The Guyana Rice Development Board reported total rice production of 653,706 tons for 2023, above the 610,595 tons in 2022. This performance can be largely attributed to better yields, which improved from 5.9 tons per hectare in 2022 to an estimated 6.3 tons per hectare in 2023. Mr. Speaker, growth in the other crops sector continued despite difficult weather conditions. It is estimated that the sector grew by 4.1%, with significant growth recorded in the production of such crops as coconuts, vegetables, root crops, and fruits, mainly on account of increased acreage cultivated and improved yields. Mr. Speaker, also on the upside, the livestock industry is estimated to have expanded. Mr. Speaker, the livestock industry is estimated to have expanded by 12.7% in 2023. It is expected that the production of eggs, poultry meat, pork, and milk expanded by 30.9%, 13%, 21.9%, and 0.7% respectively. Mr. Speaker, the fishing industry, reversed its 2022 contraction to record growth of 37.8% in 2023. This is attributed to better than expected marine production, with shrimp and fish production expanding by 61.1% and 24.4% respectively. Notable improvements were observed in the production of artisanal finfish, red snapper, industrial and artisanal sea barb shrimp, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, we continue to see the fruitful results of government's interventions to transform the aquaculture industry. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that aquaculture production expanded by a staggering 75% in 2023. With brackish water shrimp alone growing by 58.6%. Mr. Speaker, the forestry sector, sir. The forestry sector, sir, is estimated to have expanded by 5.4%. Extractive industries. Mr. Speaker, the mining and quarrying sector is estimated to have expanded. The mining and quarrying sector is estimated to have expanded by 42.6% in 2023. As with recent years, the estimated growth is driven largely by an expansion in oil and gas and, of course, support services industry, which, when combined with growth observed in the other mining industry, outweighs declines that were observed in gold and bauxite mining. It is estimated that the oil and gas sector has expanded by 45.9%. I believe this is what you were waiting for, Honorable Member Mr. Ramjatan. It is estimated that the oil and gas sector expanded by 45.9% last year, with production of 142.9 million barrels of oil, compared with 101.4 million in 2022. This is the result of improved performance from the Liza, Destiny, and Unity FPSOs, along with the commencement of production from the Prosperity FPSO in November. In 2023, the Liza Destiny produced crude oil. My apologies, sir. In November, my apologies, sir. Let me say that again. In 2023, the Liza Destiny produced crude oil at a rate of approximately 142,000 barrels per day. The Liza Unity produced at a rate of 235,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, on the downside, the gold mining industry is estimated to have contracted by 11.2% in 2023 on account of lower output from the small and medium scale producers. Total gold declarations fell to 432,113 ounces last year. The single producer estimated 7.8% in declarations, with 109,358 ounces declared. However, this was outweighed by lower declarations from the small and medium scale operators, whose output fell by an estimated 16.2% to 322,755 ounces. Similarly, sir, the bauxite mining industry is estimated to have contracted by 20.4% in 2023 as a result of reduced output from both producing operators. Bauxite production is estimated to have fallen to 525,000 tons last year, with output from the larger producer declining to an estimated 317,919 tons, and output from the smaller operator to 207,321 tons. Both producers attribute this performance to external market developments that have affected demand and prices. On a more positive note, sir, the other mining subsector, comprising sand, stone, diamonds, and manganese, is estimated to have grown by 22.7% in 2023. Stone and sand are estimated to have grown by 98% and 21% respectively, with demand from construction activity in the public and the private sectors continuing to grow. Manganese production also grew in 2023 by an estimated 13% to 314,538 tons. Conversely, sir, diamond declarations are estimated to have fallen by 19.3% to 67,444 metric carats. Mr. Speaker, the manufacturing sector is estimated to have expanded by 25% in 2023, with growth recorded in all three subcategories. Sugar and rice manufacturing are estimated to have expanded by 28% and 8.3%. Let me repeat, sir, for the benefit of the occasionally inattentive leader of the opposition. Sugar and rice manufacturing are estimated to have expanded by 28% and 8.3% respectively, and other manufacturing by 31.8%. Within other manufacturing, growth was driven mainly by the manufacturing of fabricated metal products and non-metallic products. Electricity and water supply and sewerage. Mr. Speaker, the electricity and water supply sectors are estimated to have expanded by 15.5% and 9.9% respectively in 2023. Gross generation from the GPL expanded from 1,030,288 megawatt hours in 2022 to an estimated 1,179,883 megawatt hours in 2023. Despite this expansion in production, demand is estimated to have surpassed supply for most of 2023, reflecting strong growth in both commercial and residential consumption. Growth in water supply is the result of the commissioning of 23 new wells, while no wells were removed from the distribution line due to failure or damage. Construction. Mr. Speaker, the construction sector is estimated to have expanded by 26.8% in 2023, building on the growth of 26.3% observed in 2022. Growth in the sector continues to be driven by intensified activity in both the private and public sectors, with a strong construction component in the public sector investment program. Services. Mr. Speaker, the services sector is estimated to have expanded by 10.3% last year, with growth recorded across all of the service industries. The overall 2023 performance is attributed to growth recorded in administrative and support services, wholesale and retail trade and repairs, accommodation and food services, and transport and storage. These industries grew by 20.6%, 9%, 13%, and 12.1% respectively. Balance of payments. Mr. Speaker, the overall balance of payments recorded a modest estimated deficit of $34.2 million at the end of 2023, while the current account registered a surplus estimated at $1.98 billion. Total export earnings grew by 16.9% to an estimated $13.182 billion, reflecting higher earnings from both the oil and non-oil sectors. Total imports grew by 83.1% to an estimated $6.636 billion in 2023, largely due to the arrival in 2023 of the Prosperity FPSO, which contributed approximately 26.6% of total imports in 2023. Net service payments are estimated to have grown by $694.9 million to $5.6 billion. Lastly, sir, on the by $19.3 million. Mr. Speaker, the deficit on the capital account declined, and I should have said, if I didn't clarify, sir, that throughout this balance of payment section, the currency to which I'm referring is the US dollar. Mr. Speaker, the deficit on the capital account declined by an estimated $1.6 billion, primarily on account of enhanced FDI with the arrival of the Prosperity FPSO. Mr. Speaker, the modest balance of payments deficit was financed by a drawdown on the Bank of Guyana's foreign reserves to an estimated $898.2 million at the end of 2023, equivalent to 1.1 months of import cover. Monetary developments. Mr. Speaker, the money supply is estimated to have grown by 24.8% to $840.1 billion at the end of 2023. This reflects our government's commitment to maintaining an environment that is conducive, both to mobilization and intermediation of savings, and to promoting easier and more affordable access to financing. Mr. Speaker, for the period ending for 2023, net domestic credit, for the period ending December 2023, net domestic credit is estimated at $411.4 billion. These are Guyana dollars now in the monetary section, with strong growth in lending from both the private and public sectors. Mr. Speaker, net credit with performance in the real sector, there was notable growth in credit to the services, manufacturing and agriculture sectors of 12.9%, 15.8%, and 14.7%. The expansion in credit to the agriculture sector was largely as a result of an increase of $2.4 billion in lending for paddy production. Mr. Speaker, strong growth is also estimated in real estate mortgage loans of 22.5% to $128.6 billion, largely on account of borrowing for real estate purposes, both industrial and commercial on the one hand, and private dwellings on the other. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, total reserves deposited with the Bank of Guyana increased by an estimated 2.6% to $136 billion. Of this amount, excess deposits reduced by an estimated 14.7% to $45.2 billion, consistent with continued improved sentiment in our banking sector amidst increases in lending. Total liquid assets of commercial banks expanded by an estimated 26.3% to $343.5 billion at the end of 2023. Prices and inflation. Mr. Speaker, like the rest of the world, inflation rate at the end of 2023 is estimated at 2%, significantly lower than the 7.2% recorded in 2022. This largely reflects more moderate increases in the average price of key commodities at the end of last year. Notably, sir, food prices in the consumer basket increased by an estimated 3.8% at the end of 2023, substantially lower than the 14.1% increase recorded at the end of 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is crucial to recall our government's efforts to contain prices amidst boosting production and managing costs in such sectors as the poultry sector. These entailed having a continuous dialogue with key producers, working with commercial banks to reduce interest rates for loans to the sector. These evidently produced favorable results, as reported previously, regarding production, and will be complemented by the recent low interest rate facility and will be complemented both by the low interest rate facility agreed with the banking sector, as well as the recent $850 million allocated for purchasing fertilizers for farmers. Interest rates. Mr. Speaker, over the period, the 91-day, 182-day, and 364-day Treasury bill yields falling from 1.54%, 1% and 1.09% to an estimated 1.1% and 0.99% for the latter two. Moreover, though the commercial bank small savings rate is estimated to have been unchanged at 0.81%, the weighted average lending rate declined from 8.54% to an estimated 8.36%. I turn now, sir, to incomes. Mr. Speaker, as our government continues to implement our development agenda, we remain resolute in our commitment to improving the livelihoods of all Guyanese through a sustainable and holistic approach. In this regard, we implemented in 2023 a comprehensive suite of measures. These include, as announced in Budget 2023, all workers benefited from the increase in the monthly income tax threshold from $75,000 to $85,000 monthly, providing an additional $3.3 billion in disposable income to these workers, and removing over 12,000 workers from the tax net. Mr. Speaker, in January 2023, 5,000 health workers and almost 9,000 members of the disciplined services benefited from salary adjustments, placing an additional $3 billion in the hands of these categories of workers. Mr. Speaker, in December 2023, teachers benefited from several salary revisions. All graduate teachers moved to the maximum of the scale applicable to their post at that time, benefiting 4,000 teachers at a cost of $1 billion annually. Additionally, effective December 2023, teachers received a monthly education allowance of $10,000 for a bachelor's degree, $20,000 for a master's degree, and $30,000 for a doctorate degree, to the benefit of over 4,500 teachers at an additional cost, annual cost of $500 million. The remote areas incentive was also revised upwards to $20,000 monthly, effective December 2023, at an annual cost of $260 million. Mr. Speaker, as part of the $5 billion cost of living allocation for 2023, public servants, teachers, and members of the disciplined services, as well as staff of semi-autonomous agencies and public enterprises, were paid a $25,000 one-off tax-free cash grant in December 2023 at a cost of $1.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2023, an across-the-board salary increase of 6.5% was paid, retroactive to the 1st of January 2023, to over 54,000 public servants, teachers, members of the disciplined services, and government pensioners, placing $7.5 billion in the hands of these individuals. Notably, sir, since coming into office, the cumulative salary increase for these groups of employees is 23%. Mr. Speaker, members of the disciplined services also benefited. Mr. Speaker, members of the disciplined services also benefited from the reinstituted 1-month tax-free bonus. And for the first time ever, the civilian employees of the Guyana Defense Force also benefited from that 1-month tax-free bonus. Mr. Speaker, this placed in the hands of 12,000 members of the disciplined services an additional $1.5 billion. And I might add, sir, that it would be recalled painfully that this is the very 1-month tax-free bonus which was so shamelessly and callously taken away from the members of the disciplined services by the APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, I turn now, sir, to the fiscal position. The total non-financial public sector deficit after grants was $201.6 billion, or 5.8% of GDP. The central government recorded a deficit of $202.9 billion, or 5.8% of GDP at the end of the year. Total tax revenue, my apologies, total central government current revenue, net of inflows from the Guyana Red Plus Investment Fund, carbon credits, and the NRF amounted to $382.1 billion, 26.5% above the 2022 level. Tax collections totaled $366.6 billion, aided by the strong real economic growth observed. Non-tax revenue totaled $15.5 billion, an increase of $5.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, central government expenditure totaled $804.1 billion, of which non-interest expenditure amounted to non-interest current expenditure amounted to $370 billion. Mr. Speaker, the government's public sector investment program continues to expand with an investment of $421.8 billion at the end of 2023. This is attributed to the government's accelerated heightened investments. Our government remains steadfast in our commitment to maintain a strong debt sustainability position for our country. At the end of 2023, total public and publicly guaranteed debt stood at $4.5 billion, up 23.4% from the position at the end of 2022. This was on account of new external and domestic borrowing. Nevertheless, sir, we continue to maintain one of the lowest ratios of total public and publicly guaranteed debt to GDP in the Caribbean, with Guyana's public and publicly guaranteed debt to GDP ratio standing at 27% at the end of 2023. This sustainable level reflects the government's effective debt management practices, which have contributed to a steady decline in the country's debt ratios over a sustained period. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's external debt amounted to $1.775 billion, or 13% up from the end of 2022 on account of positive net flows from both bilateral and multilateral creditors. Domestic debt totaled $2.7 billion at the end of 2023, up from $2.1 billion at the end of 2022. Mr. Speaker, total public debt service payments amounted to $177.3 million, an increase from $150.2 million in 2022. The Natural Resource Fund. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, there were 142 lifts of crude oil from Guyana's 3 producing FPSOs, 17 of which were for government, 6 from the Liza Destiny, and 11 from the Liza Unity. The profit oil receipts recorded in 2023 correspond to 2 lifts that occurred in the last quarter of 2022 and 15 lifts that occurred in 2023. 2 receipts related to 2023 are anticipated to be made this month, and those relate to lifts that occurred late in the year. That is $822.3 million from Liza Unity. With respect to royalty payments, $208.1 million was received from the Stabroek Block operator. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the stipulations in the NRF Act and with the approvals granted by this Honorable House as part of the budgetary consideration last year, an amount of $1.002 billion was withdrawn to finance national development priorities. In 2023, $1.617 billion in petroleum revenue was deposited into the fund, and at the end of the year, the overall balance inclusive of interest income stood at $1.973.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to sectoral developments and the agenda for 2024. I referred earlier to the rapid pace of transformation being realized in every single sector in our country. I will now review some of the main developments in each sector and our plans going forward. Of necessity, these represent merely selected highlights of the work our government is doing in each sector. But even from these highlights only, the scale and scope and speed with which we're building out a transformed Guyana would be evident, as would the opportunities that this build-out presents for Guyanese of all walks of life. Mr. Speaker, the low-carbon development strategy. I have, in previous budget speeches, elaborated extensively on the history of Guyana's low-carbon development strategy, or LCDS as it is popularly known, 2030, including, of course, the visionary precursor, the original LCDS, which raised $212.6 million from our forest ecosystem services, of which $135 million sat languishing and remaining unutilized for the years that we were out of office. Mr. Speaker, one of our most immediate priorities on our return to office was to ensure that the resources earned, those very resources that were sitting languishing prior to our return to office, one of our first and most immediate priorities was to ensure that those resources be deployed. To this end, it was recalled that our government moved swiftly to start implementing designing and implementing such programs as the largest solar project in Guyana's history for 33 megawatts of power in Berbice, Linden, and Essequibo at a value of $83.3 million US, the flood adaptation project, support for the National Tushaus Council capacity to implement projects identified in the village sustainability plans, and others. Secondly, sir, we sought immediately to reclaim Guyana's leadership position in climate finance globally and resume our position of being remunerated for the climate services provided by our forests. In this regard, we became the first country in the world to obtain jurisdiction scale certification of our carbon credits under the Trees mechanism, the first country in the world, sir, small Guyana. We also concluded one of the largest transactions in the voluntary carbon market to have ever taken place, consisting of 2.5 million credits per year for each year from 2016 to 2020, giving a total of 37.5 million REDD+ carbon credits, for which we will be paid over a 15-year period, $750 million US. In line with a commitment given in the LCDS, sir, 15% of the revenues received for the sale of carbon credits are earmarked for Amerindian villages to finance bottom-up investments outlined in their village sustainability plans. Villages follow local decision-making processes to participate in a benefit-sharing mechanism, and now all of Guyana's 242 villages have produced their village plans. As a result, Mr. Speaker, a total of $4.7 billion has been transferred to our Amerindian communities to finance over 500 projects. These focus, sir, and are delivering tangible gains in terms of livelihoods, income generation, food security, and social upliftment. Mr. Speaker, the remaining 85% of earnings from the sale of carbon credits will be utilized to meet the most urgent priorities of the LCDS, including adaptation and mitigation interventions, particularly flood risk management, with the replication of the Hope-like canals for drainage and irrigation purposes. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 projects the deployment of $6.8 billion of GRIF resources earned under the original LCDS and a further $43.7 billion earned from the sale of carbon credits, both with the aim of advancing the low-carbon initiatives outlined in the strategy. A diversified, resilient, and competitive productive sector, oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, in building a world-class oil and gas sector, our stated objectives are to strengthen the sector's legal and regulatory framework, establish and strengthen institutional structures required by that framework, continue to promote accelerated exploration and production of the resources in the national interest, and Maximum Activities Act, which introduced, amongst other things, a regulatory foundation for licensing operations, and storage, comprehensive provisions on decommissioning, stronger and more up-to-date penalties for non-compliance, etc. Secondly, sir, our work on revising the Production Sharing Agreement, or PSA as it is popularly known, resulted in developing rather a new model PSA, resulted in the development of as I indicated earlier, a model PSA for deep water and shallow water blocks in 2023. The model PSA now contains clearer and more expansive provisions on data and its confidentiality, more defined timelines on steps between discovery or after discovery, provision for a retention fee where licensees want to hold on to certain resources, and strong penalties for failure to comply with work programs. On the institutional side, the main coordinating and oversight agencies within government have implemented systems that allow both physical and remote monitoring of the offshore activities in real time. Petroleum exploration. Mr. Speaker, on exploration, and in line with our commitment to competitively auction oil blocks, the country's inaugural licensing round was completed in 2023. We reviewed the global best practice mechanism on making block sizes attractive for investments, while simultaneously promoting an accelerated rate of implementation and development. 14 such blocks were then determined and offered both within our shallow and deep water areas. During the bidding round, 8 blocks were shortlisted based on the bidder's ability to meet the criteria of the expected work program, as well as required financial commitments. These included 2 blocks to a local company and the remaining 6 to companies from Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, Europe, and North America. Negotiations with all identified bidders started in the fourth quarter of 2023. Awards and exploration activities and the issuing of licenses are expected to begin in 2024. Meanwhile, sir, other advances in exploration include 3 new oil discoveries, 2 in Stabroek and 1 in Quarantine. Those are the respective offshore blocks, of course, as a consequence of which the total number of discoveries increased to 40 by the Stabroek block and 46 for all explored blocks. Production of oil. Mr. Speaker, encouraging accelerated production is integral to ensuring we optimize on our resource potential in a net zero environment, as well as to securing revenue from the sector to accelerate our development agenda and to improve the well-being of our people. 2023 saw a ramp-up in volumes from the Destiny and Unity production platforms, while the Prosperity FPSO achieved first oil, as I indicated earlier, in November. More advances in development are expected later this year on the Yellowtail project. There were also strides in relation to the development of the Warao project amidst commencement of the hull and topside fabrication of the FPSO that will be working in that location. Whiptail is progressing as government has started to review the field development plan submitted last year. Mr. Speaker, all things collectively, Mr. Speaker, production could climb well over 1.3 million barrels per day beyond 2027, making Guyana the single largest non-OPEC contributor to global supplies. Harnessing our gas reserves. Mr. Speaker, with the objective of developing a national gas strategy, government drafted and presented a discussion paper last year for input from our citizens that received 103 comments. The feedback will be incorporated in the finalization of the country's national gas plan. Along with the request for proposals to design, finance, and construct and operate the required gas infrastructure to support upstream developments. And Mr. Speaker, it would be recalled, in fact, that the RFP for private investors to submit proposals for the development of this infrastructure was underway. This investment is a major cornerstone for our nation's economic development and growth in coming years. I'm happy to report that progress has allowed the project to remain on track for a startup by the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, promoting value-added production. Mr. Speaker, government, in response to a government call Mr. Speaker, we received 9 proposals from interested parties vying to construct a refinery in the Berbice region, and 5 were shortlisted. These proposals are currently being evaluated, and the final ranking is expected to be completed in the first quarter of 2024. Following this, a top-ranked contender will undertake an ESIA at Crab Island for a facility designed to process at least 30,000 barrels of oil per day. The investment commitment from these shortlisted firms is expected to exceed $1 million. Promoting local content. Mr. Speaker, the area of local content, the Local Content Act 2021 continues to bear fruit, and the government will continue to implement strategies that promote opportunities for Guyanese nationals and Guyanese companies. Since January 2022 to now, contractors, subcontractors, and licensees reporting to the Local Content Secretariat have recorded 3,938 local hires. Of those, 824 Guyanese were employed as plant and machine operators. 1,203 as professionals, accountants, lawyers, engineers, etc. And another 485 as technicians. This brings to the total, the total number of Guyanese persons employed in the sector, sir, to more than 6,000 persons. In accordance, sir, with the Act, 5-year master plans detailing employment, procurement, and capacity development from 33 companies have been received. These project significant growth in activity in the coming years. Mr. Speaker, also in keeping with the Act, annual procurement plans received from contractors, subcontractors, and licensees amount to an estimated $721 million in procurement of goods and services and training. Current estimates suggest that $518 million will be procured from Guyanese suppliers providing goods and services in 2023. Of this amount, $15.8 million, $5.5 million, and $130 million will be spent on accommodation services, catering, and lay-down yard facilities, respectively. Other major expenditure include the provision of manpower and crewing services and ground transportation at 74.6 and 13.6 million, respectively. Implementation of the Local Content Act, sir, has proven to be a catalyst for numerous partnerships between foreign and local companies, fostering a collaborative environment in the nation's burgeoning oil industry. Notable alliances include joint ventures and partnerships to provide shore-based facilities, offshore support vessel services, offshore helicopter services, offshore catering services, machining and fabrication services, and hazardous waste management, all comprising partnerships with Guyanese companies employing Guyanese nationals. Mr. Speaker, transparency in the sector. Our government's commitment to the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, EITI, along with industry and civil society representation, continues to ensure the maintenance of the highest standards of transparency in the sector. As a consequence of not submitting in 2020, Guyana was temporarily suspended from the EITI. Mr. Speaker, once the 2020 report was published and shared with the Secretariat, our status as a compliant member was restored. Subsequently, sir, our government and the Guyana EITI multi-stakeholder group worked to ensure that Guyana's EITI report for 2021 was published in December 2023. And we've already started the procurement process for selection of the administrator to prepare the country's 2022 report. Mr. Speaker, additionally, sir, the NRF Act provides a comprehensive framework to ensure transparency in the operation of the fund. The annual budget estimates continue to include projections of inflows into the fund and corresponding withdrawals. As required by the Act, notifications of petroleum receipts are published in the official gazette and tabled in the National Assembly. And in fact, sir, it was only earlier today that I tabled the most recent such notification. The BOG publishes monthly a summary of the financial position and performance of the fund, here again detailing inflows and outflows. The bank also publishes quarterly NRF reports. Other extractives. Mr. Speaker, despite the emergence of the oil and gas sector, our traditional non-oil extractive sector remains extremely important to overall economic well-being. Gold. Mr. Speaker, gold mining operations continue to offer profitable opportunities for both international and domestic investors, and prospects for gold remain positive, both at the large scale level as well as the small and medium scale level. Mr. Speaker, at the large scale end of the spectrum, exploration activities continue to indicate very strong resource potential of over 8 million ounces, with ongoing investments in Eagle Mountain, Marudi, Oko West, and Omai, with large-scale operations anticipated to start in these locations as early as 2026. The Toraparo area, sir, remains under active consideration, with the private investors expected to determine final timelines very shortly. Additionally, production continues to grow at Aurora. with equipment and assets arriving to facilitate full commencement of the underground mining operation and works planned for a 15-megawatt solar farm in support of the mills in 2024. I turn now, sir, to bauxite. The bauxite sector, similarly, sir, continues to occupy a position of strategic importance for the long term. The two major producers of bauxite together contributed approximately 5% of non-oil export earnings in 2023. Despite, sir, very challenging market conditions during the year, active steps are being taken to reduce costs, broaden the product range, and increase production. Mr. Speaker, the recent addition of reserves in Caracara of 3.5 million tons is expected to increase production by over 250,000 tons in 2024 and by 400,000 tons in 2025. These reserves, sir, will supply the existing kilns as well as the new Kiln 15. And this particular kiln, Kiln 15, sir, will operate for a full year in 2024, having been commissioned in 2023. It is the first new kiln installed in Linden since the 1970s, and it represents a $120 million investment in Linden. Already, $30 million has been invested in the company to procure mobile equipment. And the launching of the metallurgical grade bauxite project, or MAS project, will see installation of significant capital investments, a 9-kilometer conveyor system, self-propelled barges, the solar farm to which I alluded earlier, all of which will result, sir, in a very significant increase in production. In particular, sir, this investment alone is set to deliver 1 million tons by the end of 2024, and at peak 4.5 million tons a year. Mr. Speaker, as a result of this project, 500 additional persons will be employed in Linden, and another, that's in 2024, sir, and another 500 by the first half of 2025. Sand and stone. In 2023, sand was conducted at 31 legal operations, producing 7.8 million tons per year, a substantial increase from the 18 operations in 2020, which produced at the time less than 700,000 tons. Operations have expanded to include strategic stockpiles and ramping up of barging capability to serve the intensified demand for sand. Mr. Speaker, on quarry material, over the last 3 years, quarry capacity has moved from 6 at the end of 2020 to 10 functioning quarries in 2023, and more than doubling the amount being shipped from quarry sites. 4 of the 10 existing producers expanded capacity in 2023, and the other 6 are in the process of expanding. Over $20 million has been invested by the private sector in both small and large barges, tugs, pontoons, crushers, trucks, and cranes to increase capacity. And 2 major companies were able to move in 2023 from a license for exploration stage, or from the stage of license to explore, to a stage of actual production. This achievement within a year was unprecedented, but it signals private sector determination to participate in the ongoing construction boom. Manganese, sir, is expected to continue to grow, and as I alluded earlier, production and stockpiling will continue to ensure readiness to increase exports in 2024, even as the company actively works to address ongoing challenges. Meanwhile, sir, the company continues to employ over 280 persons this year, or currently rather. Forestry. Mr. Speaker, building on the strong recovery that the forestry sector has been able to demonstrate since our government took office, we will continue to support sustainable forest management and utilization. Work has continued on the Guyana Timber Legality Assurance System and is on track to qualify for certification under the EU FLECT program. During 2023, an additional 22 claims were issued, bringing the total to 550 small foresters, along with 22 medium-scale foresters who occupy 2.7 million hectares. In 2024, 2 large-scale investments totaling 250,000 hectares will be issued for expanded production and value added. Agriculture and food security. Mr. Speaker, since 2020, the agriculture sector has been experiencing a rapid transformation, evolving from a neglected, small-scale, rural-based, subsistence-level farming enterprises, as it was during 2015 to 2020, to dynamic, large-scale, plantation-scale industries. Agriculture and agribusiness enterprises are taking their rightful place as major producers and exporters, poised to meet the challenges of food self-sufficiency and food security in Guyana and across the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we expended the sum of $60.4 billion to stimulate and invigorate the agriculture sector. Consistent with the undertakings committed in Budget 2023, arrangements were concluded to commence construction of the regional food hub on the Linden to Soesdijk Highway. Over 200 shade houses were procured. Hydroponics projects benefiting 300 youths from regions 2, 5, and 10 were launched, and a wide array of planting materials, agricultural equipment, shade house, and fencing materials, livestock and poultry were distributed to develop agriculture, particularly in the hinterland and intermediate savannas. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we will continue to promote investments in large-scale agriculture by opening up new lands, developing high-yielding, pest-resistant and climate-resilient crop varieties, encouraging the establishment of modern farms to facilitate the use of technology and more efficient farm practices, promoting increased aquaculture and shrimp farming, cultivating new crops and expanded livestock production, modernizing, upgrading, and strengthening both our drainage and irrigation and farm-to-market and infrastructure and support services. Furthermore, we will commission a tissue culture laboratory which is expected to produce 1 million plantlets per year. This increased production will facilitate ready availability and easy access of planting material. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, $97.6 billion is budgeted to advance and catalyze agricultural development. Mr. Speaker, we promised to revive the sugar industry and re-energize local communities devastated by the unconscionable decision by the APNU-AFC to decommission and close several grinding estates. September, through retooling and mechanization, we achieved the conversion of 2,740 hectares of land for mechanical harvesting at Rose Hall, Albion, and Blairmont. And since September 2020, we invested in the rehabilitation and modernization of factories and kale fields. And over 4,600 workers were rehired, bringing total employment to over 8,100 employees across the industry. 8,100 persons working, sir. Many of whom, if not the majority of whom, were callously put out of work and put out of an income by the unconscionable actions of our friends on that side of the house. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that the conversion of lands for mechanized harvesting will continue in 2024, targeting an additional 7,100 hectares. Additional works will be completed on Albion and Blairmont packaging plants, the installation of a sugar dryer at Blairmont Estate, and the rehabilitation of heavy and light-duty revetments across the industry will strengthen the drainage system to allow timely delivery of harvested canes to the factories. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the budget for 2024, sir, will contribute $6 billion to Gaisuco to further improve production and operational efficiencies of the industry.
That's a bit of $1 billion.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, turning to rice. Speaker, turning to rice, our aim is to expand and develop the rice industry. And, sir, we are introducing new high-yielding varieties, providing adequately for improved drainage and irrigation systems, and farm-to-market roads, and securing new markets and introduction of new technology. I hear, sir, our friends on that side of the house heckling that these are the same objectives as they were last year. Sir, if you are on the right path, you do precisely that. You stay on that path until you arrive at the destination. If, on the other hand, you are wandering and meandering blindly as they did for 5 years when they were in government, then you change direction randomly, whimsically and fancifully, month after month and week after week, changing your direction, changing your objectives, and changing your plans. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we will continue to invest in improving the quality and quantity of seed paddy available to the rice farmers. We will provide enhanced best practices in the cultivation of paddy. We will continue to research and develop high-yielding varieties with good milling and cooking qualities and varieties that are salt-resistant and resistant to major rice diseases. We will evaluate the new G1410 high-yielding variety in farmers' fields in 2024. Mr. Speaker, in addition to drainage and irrigation, which I will address shortly, the sum of $1.3 billion will be expended by GRDB to support increased production and productivity in the rice industry. Other crops. Mr. Speaker, our government's commitment to diversify non-traditional agriculture has seen emerging transformation of the subsector with the expanded cultivation of corn, soybean, citrus, spices, coconuts, high-value crops such as broccoli, cauliflower, bell peppers, romaine lettuce, carrots, among others. To buttress the expanded production of non-traditional crops, we've invested in supporting infrastructure. We've invested in laboratory and extension services, and we're opening up new market opportunities. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, a sum of $1.9 billion was expended to support other crop interventions. In 2024, a sum of $2.6 billion will support the other crop sector. Corn and soybean. Mr. Speaker, government's collaboration with the private sector to roll out a development program for corn and soybean has been very successful. Over the last 3 years, we invested over $1.4 billion to develop the infrastructure within the Takama area to support the cultivation and production targets. This saw the completion of the access road to Takama, complemented by the now operational and very impressive drying and storage facility. Work has started on an access wharf at Takama and is slated for completion in 2024. A sum of $967.8 million is budgeted to improve the capacity of the Takama facility. Coconuts. Mr. Speaker, since returning to office, we have accelerated the development of the coconut industry, bringing 31,500 acres into cultivation and establishing 10 additional coconut nurseries around the country to develop support services. In 2023, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, 40,000 seedlings were produced and 40,000 seedlings were produced and 13,000 high-yielding coconut seed nuts were imported to improve coconut productivity across the country. 1,274 additional acres of coconut were cultivated and 297 farmers benefited from training. In 2024, government will continue to accelerate coconut production by investing in 39,000 high-yielding seed nuts, targeting 500 additional farmers. We will continue to pursue the conversion of coconut waste into value-added products. And for this purpose, sir, a sum of $78 million is budgeted to support the coconut sector. Citrus and spices. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we distributed over 51,000 kilograms of planting material for spices and 133,000 plantlets for citrus. Additionally, we invested in improving the processing capacity at Osororo, Porica, and Port Kaituma. These are slated for completion in 2024. We will distribute over 58,000 kilograms of planting material for spices and 25,000 plantlets for citrus in 2024. Moreover, we will be introducing for the first time the distribution of planting materials for spices such as nutmeg, black pepper, and cinnamon. A sum of $100 million is budgeted for these interventions. High-value crops. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we procured an additional 200 shade houses as part of the Agriculture and Innovation Entrepreneurship Program. These shade houses will benefit young agri-entrepreneurs and increase production of high-value crops. Agro-processing. Mr. Speaker, our government's objective is to support the development of the agro-processing industry, including value chain development and market expansion for our products, while creating opportunities for sustained livelihoods for small entrepreneurs and communities. In 2023, sir, 2 refrigerated trucks were procured. The Oriala processing facility was rehabilitated. Equipment was installed in agro-processing facilities in Mabaruma, Puerto Rico, and Sofia. Solar dryers were established at Cobwood Creek and Napi, and new processing facilities were completed at Charity and Whitewater Creek. Additional works were advanced on the construction of a cold storage facility at Bartica and solar dryers in Baracara, Koja Canal, and Camarang. These are scheduled for completion in 2024. Mr. Speaker, a sum of $180 million was expended in 2023 to support activities in connection with agro-processing. In 2024, we will continue to support the agro-processing industry. We will provide training to farmers and agro-processors on large scale. We will support ports post-harvest management through storage facilities. We will help to expand market opportunities, including with the establishment of 60 new Guyana shop locations throughout the country, and a sum of $527.4 million is budgeted to support agro-processing. Mr. Speaker, in livestock, in 2024, we aim to improve our services to the poultry industry through decentralized support facilities and production zones, establishment of a modular duck processing facility, development of a 65-acre plots for pastures to enhance sheep production, and the upgrading of quarantine stations to prevent the entry of exotic animal diseases into the country. To this end, $1.5 billion is budgeted. Mr. Speaker, in fisheries, we will continue to invest in the growth of brackish water and Vaname shrimp production, as well as propel the development of cage culture for tambaki. A fish feed mill will be established at Monrepo. This facility will support the production of both floating and sinking feed for fish and shrimp. The projected production capacity of the feed mill is currently 2 tons per hour to meet current demand and future needs. And Mr. Speaker, a sum of $1.2 billion has been allocated for fisheries and aquaculture development initiatives in 2024. Mr. Speaker, you will hear about the black belly sheep. There is so much to be said, sir, within the agriculture sector, that when my honorable leader, when my honorable, you will, the distinguished, might I remind you, sir, that the distinguished Minister of Agriculture is the Executive Secretary of the People's Progressive Party. a man I am proud to call one of my leaders. A man I'm proud to call and serve as one of my party's leaders. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the distinguished Minister of Agriculture, one of the distinguished leaders of the People's Progressive Party, will next week address you on the remarkable and exciting developments in every subsector of the agriculture sector, a sector that the APNU have seen not only neglected, but actively endeavored to destroy as an act of political vindictiveness. But not only has the People's Progressive Party civic government resuscitated the agriculture sector and breathed life into it again, but today, sir, the agriculture sector is alive and well and growing and thriving and prospering. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, Mr. Speaker, in 2024 on drainage and irrigation, I like it, Mr. Speaker, I like it when they get agitated. I like it when they get restless and agitated. It gives me energy to go on. It's a sign of their resignation to perpetual defeat. When they get agitated, they know they have no answer for this People's Progressive Party civic government. So, in 2024, we, sir, will continue to invest in drainage and irrigation. We will purchase 40 mobile pumps to augment the other interventions we're implementing. We will begin work on at least two of the three Hope-like canal structures, bringing lasting relief to the citizens and farmers of regions 5 and 6. So we built the Hope Canal in region 4, but you would not be acquainted with that. So, Hope is in region 4, taking care of. So, Mr. Speaker, for the two major investments to which I just alluded, for the purchase of 40 mobile pumps and for the work on the two Hope-like canals, sir, sums totaling $29.4 billion have been budgeted. In 2024, we will continue work on several other pump stations like Airline Sluice, Bellevue, Canal Number 1, Charity, Cottage, Kosher, Jimbo Grove, Letterkenny, Metamazor. We will invest in pump stations at Chesney, Farm, Grove South. In 2024, we will continue to rehabilitate canals throughout the country, including at Big Baibu, Brickery, Bushy Park, Coverdale, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, a sum of $72.3 billion is budgeted to upgrade and maintain the national drainage and irrigation network. I turn now, sir, to sustainable tourism. Mr. Speaker, tourism, sir, has always been a sector in which we enjoy a comparative advantage with a world-class product. But, sir, that sector has struggled over the years to realize its potential because of a few very specific constraints. Finally, sir, those constraints are being overcome, and the sector is poised for a dramatic takeoff. Mr. Speaker, it is expected in 2024 we will witness a truly historic year in relation to developments in the tourism sector for reasons I will shortly outline. Before I do so, it is worthwhile to note that the number of arrivals in 2023 amounted to 319,056 visitors, the highest number ever. And amounting, of course, it's Guyanese coming because they're coming now. During 2015 to 2020, they were going. Of course, it's Guyanese coming. My point precisely, I did go. And I went on self-imposed political exile because of the political persecution. Because of political persecution. I was a victim of political persecution by the APNUAFC. But I will tell you this, I may have been a single prominent person. I may have been a single person. Sir, I may have been a single. I can't help it, Honorable Sir Duncan, if you're unemployed anywhere in the world. You were unemployed at the time when Apple was in government. You were unemployed in Pakistan when Apple was in government. So I can't help it if I am employed anywhere in the world. I, sir, have the good fortune that when my mother sent me to school, I went to school. I am employed anywhere in the world. You are not even employed at Connecticut. You are not even employed at Connecticut. When your own government was in office, the APN, where is this young lady? Geeta Chandan. Geeta Chandan fired you. Geeta Chandan fired him. Geeta Chandan fired him under an Apple government. Very good, sir. So I'm hearing the heckling. I'm hearing the heckling being led by a man who was fired for fraud by his own APNUAFC government. Let the record reflect that Geeta Chandan Edmonds fired him at the Chronicle. Fired him for fraud at Chronicle. And has the audacity to come here to heckle me. You imagine, sir, the Honorable Sheriff Duncan fired by Geeta Chandan when they were in government for fraud at the Chronicle. You pay back the Chronicle your money yet? You pay back Chronicle your money yet? He pay back Chronicle. Where is Geeta Chandan? Sheriff Duncan pay back Chronicle yet? You pay back Chronicle yet? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I will say, Mr. Speaker, I will say this though. I will also say this, that this is how, I will digress for a moment. This is how democracies work. Democracies work in the following manner. When you lose an election, sir, you either proceed to opposition or you exit politics and do something else. You don't hold on to power with your fingernails clinging. You don't hold on to power with your fingernails clinging for months.
Our members, please. Please. We owe it to the person on the floor to listen to them.
Anyway, sir. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Apparently, sir, of him has agitated him a lot. Anyway, sir. The tourism sector. In the tourism sector, sir, as I indicated earlier, sir, tourism is poised for an incredibly exciting takeoff in 2024 for the following reasons. Mr. Speaker, the volume and cost of airlift into Guyana.
Listen, Aubrey, listen, this is important.
And you, sir, know this better than most because, of course, you, sir, were once a Minister of Tourism. The volume and cost of airlift into Guyana has historically been one of the key factors constraining growth in the tourism sector. In order to ensure the expansion of airline routes and seat volumes, our government has maintained efforts to improve connectivity between Guyana and the rest of the world with new services and routes. Notably, sir, in March 2023, British Airways introduced a twice-weekly service from London via St. Lucia's. In September 2023, sir, Canada Jetlines, in collaboration with Fly Always, improved access to the Canadian market by introducing a twice-weekly service to Toronto. In December 2023, sir, Suriname Airways introduced a Bridgetown-Georgetown Paramaribo service. Mr. Speaker, these new services, as well as additional flights put on by current carriers, together added 150,234 seats, or 14% more than in 2022. Looking ahead, sir, United Airlines has announced the introduction of a service from Houston to Georgetown 4 times weekly to commence from April 2024. This provides yet another route into the US with improved connectivity to third cities in the US and beyond, and will ease the pressure and increase availability on existing Miami and New York services. In June 2024, American Airlines will expand their services with an additional daily flight between Miami and Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, the new services by United and American will add 137,268 new seats to the market in 2024. These will make a huge impact on seat availability, pricing, and commuter options and convenience. Mr. Speaker, alongside airlift, hotel room capacity is also poised for a significant increase, thereby addressing the second major constraint, that of the availability and cost of international standard rooms. In this regard, our government has actively worked to attract private investment in the industry, and I'm happy to report that over 1,000 world-class rooms will be added to the stock by the end of 2024. Importantly, sir, many of these are from internationally recognized chains, including an Eden Best Western in Georgetown, expected to open its doors by May and add 150 rooms, a Marriott Courtyard at Timeri, expected to open by August, adding another 150 rooms, a Four Points Sheraton at Providence, poised for completion by December, adding 172 new rooms, an AC Marriott at Oval, expected to open its doors by December, adding 152 new rooms, a Hyatt Place at Providence on the east coast of Demerara, expected to open by December and adding 160 rooms, and construction will continue on several other hotel properties. In addition, sir, we trained over 6,000 persons in the sector in 2023. We will continue that training, and work will commence in 2024 on the long-awaited Tourism and Hospitality Institute. To this end, sir, a sum of $530 million is allocated. I'm well aware that I said it last year. That is why we undertook the procurement. It's not like how you say some, sir, I shouldn't allow myself to be distracted on Julia. But of course I said it last year, because we don't change our tune every time we speak. Unlike the leader of the opposition. Or our name. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the business process outsourcing sector. Mr. Speaker, the BPO sector is a major employer, creating more jobs than most other sectors in the country, and in particular jobs that are especially popular with the female workforce, and jobs that provide an important entry point into the world of work in a technology-based environment. Reflecting the sector's job creation potential, our government will continue to support the development and expansion of the sector in Guyana. Since the liberalization and creation of a competitive telecommunications sector, mere months after we resumed office in 2020, we have seen an extremely significant reduction in the cost of bandwidth, allowing for the expansion of the call center industry and the promise of job creation. In 2019, call centers paid $950 per megabit of data. Today, that price is $50 per megabit of data or lower. That, sir, is approximately 95% lower than it was in 2019. It has made communication costs in Guyana amongst the most competitive in the call center industry. Small wonder then, sir, that the BPO industry has created almost 2,000 jobs since we returned to office. In 2023, sir, in line with our government's agenda to ensure development and job creation across the geographic spread, we built 4 new call center shells 2 in Essequibo, and 2 in Berbice, with all of these facilities expected to be operational in 2024. This direct intervention by government has the potential to create 800 additional jobs within the BPO sector, with the potential to scale up to 1,600. Facilities at Enmore and Tushen are also being upgraded, with each having the capacity to employ an additional 300 persons. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, our government will construct 2 new call centers in Region 5, with the capacity to create an additional 800 jobs. And we will continue to work with the industry to position Guyana as a preferred BPO destination. Small business support. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all of the investments that we're making in infrastructure, such as energy infrastructure to reduce the cost of electricity, in order to position small businesses to take advantage of the opportunities that abound, the following initiatives are being pursued. We're constructing, rehabilitating, and upgrading industrial estates across the country. To this end, sir, we will commence industrial development in Wales and advance works in regions 2 and 10, for which 3.3 billion is allocated. We will support the availability of easy credit and grant support, including through the provision of startup grants and the operationalization of the collateral guarantee program to stimulate the growth of small businesses. A sum of $450 million is allocated for the replenishment of the Small Business Development Fund and $331 million for the Small Business Bureau for investments, for initiatives that will contribute to small and micro business development. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to train small business owners. An additional 2,800 business owners will be trained in specialized business development programs, particularly in 5 key sectors: apiculture, farming, livestock, poultry rearing, and micro enterprise. In addition, sir, a number of other initiatives that we're implementing that will benefit small businesses include the electronic single window for trade transactions, the national quality infrastructure, for which the sum of $600 million is budgeted, the National Quality Infrastructure Laboratory currently under construction, for which a sum of $1.25 billion is budgeted, and the construction of the Food and Drug Laboratory, for which a sum of $500 million is budgeted. I turn now, sir, to transformational infrastructure.
That's it.
Energy expansion and diversification. Our objectives in this sector, sir, are to meet our short-term energy needs, invest in doubling our generating capacity for the medium term, advance the transition towards cleaner and more renewable energy, rebuild our transmission and distribution network to offtake the projected increases in generating capacity, invest in mini-grids for remote communities, and deploy household-level solutions for the less densely populated community. Mr. Speaker, some of our main initiatives are as follows. An additional 28.9 megawatts of emergency power, which was procured last year at a cost of $5.9 billion and is being installed at the Columbia substation to add to our base load generating capacity, will become fully operational by February 2024. Works have advanced on the construction of the flagship 300 megawatt gas to energy project. To facilitate this, the marine offloading facility was completed and 26 kilometers of offshore pipelines installed. Mr. Speaker, this year, the gas to energy project will benefit from a budgetary allocation of $80 billion to advance this project and its associated infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, sustainable power from the 165 megawatt Amila Falls hydropower project will augment our energy mix. In this regard, we went out for a revised RFP 25 firms registered for the project, of which 4 submitted pre-qualification documentation. These are currently, sir, being evaluated. Work on the mini hydropower facilities in Kumu and Makamaka were substantially advanced. This year, sir, $1.3 billion is budgeted to complete these facilities. Mr. Speaker, to prepare our offtake capacity for increased generation from multiple sources, we are replacing transformers, installing new distribution feeders, and commence new works on a new 69 kV transmission line from Kingston to Sophia. In relation to increasing solar power generating capacity, a 1.5 megawatt solar farm was commissioned in Bartica. Work advanced on a solar farm in 0.65 megawatt solar farm in Madhya, which will be completed in the first quarter of this year. Work will commence on a 10 megawatt solar farm in Berbice, an 8 megawatt solar farm in Essequibo, and a 0.6 megawatt solar farm in Legwan. An amount of $4.8 billion has been budgeted to finance these initiatives. Solar PV system mini grids were installed in 21 communities, including such areas as Baramita, Capuí, Crabana, Orial, and Siparuta. These mini grids now supply renewable energy to 285 public and community buildings. $350 million has been budgeted for new mini grid systems in a number of other locations. Mr. Speaker, at the household level, in the off-grid hinterland and riverine communities, 26,398 solar panels were delivered, bringing electricity to many of these homes for the very first time. In 2024, a further 3,602 solar panels will be distributed. Mr. Speaker, to improve reliability by reducing erratic voltage drop and network losses, and also to improve access to electricity, $180 million is also budgeted to upgrade the primary distribution networks at Aichuni, Kumaka, and Kwakwani. Mr. Speaker, once these projects are all completed, and many of them, as you know, including the larger ones, are already in progress, we will be generating and delivering adequate electricity to meet our needs, and we will be able to bring the cost of electricity down to half of what it currently is. With these in mind, a sum of $95.7 billion is budgeted for the energy sector in 2024. $95.7 billion. Transport infrastructure, roads and bridges. Mr. Speaker, let me mention some of the major highlights in this sector. Starting, Mr. Speaker, perhaps from the east and moving westwards, and then southwards. Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with our Surinamese counterparts, we advanced the procurement process for the new Quarantine River Bridge in 2023. We expect a contract will be signed and construction commenced in 2024. That's the Quarantine River Bridge. On the Quarantine Highway, we are planning and budgeting for that road to be converted into a 4-lane highway. Work has already commenced on the reconstruction of 99 structures and the removal of utilities from the right-of-way. Across the Berbice River, despite the stellar service provided by the Berbice River Bridge, since its completion by a previous PPPC government, in collaboration with private partners, the demand for movement of goods, particularly over the river, is already exceeding the capacity for this bridge. Constantly, sir, work has commenced to examine the possibility of a new high-span bridge across the Berbice River. Mr. Speaker, on the east coast of Demerara to West Berbice corridor, We've already started upgrading the railway embankment road into a 4-lane highway from Sheriff Street to Orange Nassau and continuing to the Mahaica River Bridge. In 2024, a sum of $10.5 billion is budgeted to continue these roads. Continuing westwards, construction of the new Demerara River Bridge progressed significantly in 2023. Budget 2024 includes a sum of $19.7 billion to advance construction of this bridge. On West Demerara and moving towards East Bank Berbice, works advanced on the construction of a new 4-lane highway from Mearsorgan to Squannard and from Squannard to Crane. In the first half of this year, the Squannard to Crane section of the highway will be completed. Amount of $9 billion is budgeted to advance these works in 2024. We are also developing the Parika to Goshen and the Sandhills to Macquarie link, which will facilitate movement from the Essequibo River to the Demerara River. Works continue on clearing this alignment. An amount of $1.5 billion has been budgeted to advance these works. So, returning to Demerara and looking southwards, works were completed on the Diamond to Grove Bypass Road to facilitate the upgrading of the East Bank Highway from Good Success to Timeri. An amount of $4.1 billion has been allocated to advance this work. As I mentioned earlier, sir, works also continued on the construction of the East Coast to East Bank Road linkage from Ogle to Eccles. An amount of $15.5 billion has been budgeted to advance that road. We commissioned a new 4-lane road, as I mentioned earlier, from Sheriff Mandela all the way to Diamond. And this year we will continue the construction of the Diamond to Busby Dam highway that will ultimately connect to the Busby Dam to Timeri 4-lane highway. An amount of $8 billion is budgeted for this work to continue. Additionally, sir, rehabilitation of the Linden-Soosdijk Highway is expected to begin in 2024. The procurement process has already been launched, and a sum of $10 billion has been allocated to commence work in 2024. I hear, sir, the leader of the opposition inquiring whether it is 2 lanes. And I'm tempted, sir, to ask him how many lanes the APNU AFC built for the people of Linden between 2015 and 2020. How many lanes did the APNU AFC build for 5 years, claiming to love the people of Linden? Claiming to love the people of Linden. How many lanes were built by the APNU AFC for the people of Linden in the 5 years that they sat in office? How many lanes of a bridge did they build across Wisma? How many lanes? Not even half a lane. Sir, they didn't build half a lane. They didn't build a bicycle bridge at Wisma. They claim to love the people of Linden. The leader of the opposition likes to claim to love the people of Linden. I know he didn't have a real job for the 5 years between 2015 and 2020. I don't know why Mr. Granger exercised that judgment. I know the leader of the opposition during 2015 to 2020 didn't really have a real job during the Granger presidency. But the party with which he's associated while they were in government, I know that he didn't particularly have any influential position in the government. But the party with which he's associated in government and the party of which he was once general secretary did not build, sir, even a bicycle bridge at Wisma.
Yeah, he run the list. Yeah, he run the list. He know everything. He run all the
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when one loses an election, one demits office gracefully, and one moves on sometimes to other pursuits in life. That is what people do in a democracy. Look around the world. Look around the world. When you believe in democracy and you lose an election, you demit office gracefully and you move on to do something else in life. You don't cling to government. You don't cling to government because you're incapable of doing anything else. Some of us exited office gracefully in 2015. And you try to rig the election to hold on to power because you're hoping for get back your chronicle work. Like you're hoping Chandan would have resolved the dismissal. That's why you're holding on and rigging. Some of us, sir, debated office in 2015. All of us debated office in the PPP gracefully. Some of us return to parliament and some of us move on to other pursuits. That is what people do. That is what people do in a democracy. Moving swiftly on, sir. Mr. Speaker, when we lost the election, I feel I want to place this on record in this National Assembly. So when we lost the election in 2015, I demitted office and exited politics. I demitted office and exited politics. And I was living my life quietly. I was living my life quietly, sir. Earning a living quietly as a private citizen. Mr. Speaker, you know who bring me back to Guyana? The APLU AFC bring me back to Guyana. And when they did that, sir, and imposed political persecution against me, I vowed then that I will devote the rest of my life to keeping them out of office. And so I will do. I was happily, quietly living my life, sir. They brought me back. They brought me. You bring me back. And I will spend the rest of my life keeping you there. I will spend the rest of... You bring me back. I left quietly. So I left quietly, minding my own business. They bring me back. And now that they bring me back, I don't stay here and I will keep them out of government for the rest of my life. But don't worry, sir. Don't worry, sir. You don't need me. Some of them don't need me to keep them out of government. Gita Chandan put you out of government. Gita Chandan and Joe Harmon put you out of government.
I don't know if it's the PPP.
Anyway, sir. Move it.
You run away. Farming state, action state, free state, you run away, you weak. Come on.
Moving swiftly on, sir.
You gotta grow up and stand up as He's a weak man.
I never knew, sir, that determination by Gita Chandan was such a sole point for the honorable member. I never knew it was such a sole point, sir. But it's useful to know. It's useful to know that it's such a sore point. Perhaps I should look into this matter a little bit more closely to understand fully. Why it's such a sore point. Moving swiftly on. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Construction, sir, of the new Wisma Bridge, the very bridge to which I referred a few minutes ago, is expected to begin in 2024, for which we have budgeted a sum of $4.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, in addition to those major highways and bridges, we have been upgrading community roads and streets in every single village across the country. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, perhaps I should step back. In 2023, we spent $60.7 billion on community roads. In 2024, we have budgeted a further sum of $73.2 billion for community roads. And this will see hundreds of community roads rehabilitated throughout the length in each region, totaling thousands along the length and breadth of coastal Guyana. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we will continue our investments on hinterland roads, for which a sum of $5.5 billion is budgeted. Mr. Speaker, in 2024 also,
They don't require brains, he's applying for the job.
given, sir, the upgrades that are being done to our roads network,
My subordinate, you would be my subordinate. Stay quiet. Stay quiet.
Charles, subordinate.
You would be my subordinate. Stay quiet.
Sir.
You are an advisor in our ministry. Stay quiet.
sir,
My subordinate, you.
Let the man speak his budget, Charles.
Stay quiet.
recognizing, sir,
I will
that the
stay
vast
quiet.
upgrades that are being done to our roads network
I'll earn the right.
raise, sir, the issue of road safety.
I would publish them.
Mr. Speaker, this year, our government will be implementing a robust road safety and traffic management plan. This plan includes the implementation of information technology solutions to manage traffic, including the development of a new radar system and new and supportive laws and regulations. These interventions are, of course, aimed at improving discipline and reducing carnage on our roadways. Mr. Speaker, with all of these objectives and major projects in mind, to upgrade our roads and bridges network, a total of $204.1 billion has been allocated. Air transport. In 2024, $2.3 billion has been allocated towards completion of a number of airstrips on which we have already commenced work, as well as rehabilitation and maintenance of several others. These include Mbaimadai, Kaichor, Kaikan, and Matthews Ridge. River transport. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we spent a sum of $8 billion on our river transport facilities. Some of the key initiatives undertaken in 2023 and budgeted for in 2024 are as follows. The commissioning, of course, of the militia, which is now already plying the route. Works on the ML Thomas, the ML David P, Seamang, Split Bar, dry docking of the Sandaka were all completed. This year, rehabilitation works on the MV Malali, Makauria, and Barima will be done, for which $405 million has been budgeted. Mr. Speaker, a number of stellings are already underway, and rehabilitation works, additional rehabilitation works on locations such as Parika, Supanam, and Wakanam will be undertaken, for which purpose $2.7 billion has been budgeted. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we completed the procurement of a tug That vessel is expected to arrive shortly and will enhance our navigation services. We will also construct and rehabilitate navigational aids. A sum of $950 million has been allocated to support navigational aid interventions. All told, sir, Budget 2024 includes $8.1 billion to improve river transportation. Sea and river defense. Mr. Speaker, it needs no elaboration that rising sea levels pose a threat to our coastal plain. In response to this, we've embarked on a multifaceted approach to reinforce coastal resistance. In 2024, a sum of $6.9 billion is budgeted towards enhancing the resilience of our sea defense structures. Works will commence on such areas as Baijaval, Cane Garden, Fairfield, Grove, La Resource, Springlands, Iflot, and Legwan and Wakenham, amongst others. I turn now, sir, to the health sector. Mr. Speaker, as is the case with every other sector, the health sector is currently undergoing a major transformation.
That's right.
Facilities, equipment, and drugs. With the aim of expanding and upgrading health facilities and diagnostic capabilities, key initiatives include the construction of a world-class pediatric and maternal hospital in Ogle has commenced and will continue in 2024, for which a sum of $10.3 billion has been budgeted. The ground was just broken, I believe, last weekend, if I'm not mistaken, Saturday or Sunday, Sunday. The ground was just broken for a new world-class hospital at New Amsterdam, for which $6.2 billion has been budgeted. Construction has commenced and is being advanced on 6 regional hospitals at Bath, Dikendron, Diamond, Enmore, Lima, and number 75 Village, and will continue in 2024. $15.5 billion have been provided in 2024. Partika, Soddy, and West Damar hospitals will be upgraded at an estimated cost of $10 billion. Hospitals will be constructed at Cameron, Kato, Moruca, as well as upgrade of the Letem Hospital at a cost of $1.5 billion in 2024. The retrofitting of health centers, health posts, and other facilities, retrofitting and rehabilitation will continue countrywide, and $5 billion has been budgeted to finance these interventions. Mr. Speaker, to ensure adequate capabilities in terms of medical and non-medical equipment, $2.9 billion has been budgeted for expansion of our equipment inventory. Human resource capacity. Mr. Speaker, like many developing countries around the world, Guyana continues to be challenged by competition for the services of our healthcare professionals, especially nurses. As you know, as we would all know, sir, many of the major metropolises are actively recruiting nurses from jurisdictions such as ours, and we're not immune from that global phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, in relation to in relation to our healthcare professionals, we are investing heavily in the training of healthcare professionals, including nurses, with the construction of 2 new health science training facilities, one at Soddy and one at New Amsterdam, and I believe the one at Soddy also recently had a breaking of the ground or turning of the sod just a couple of days ago. I saw my colleague, the distinguished Minister of Health, leading that activity. In 2023, there was an intake of over 2,000 students to the medical services program. And in 2024, a cohort of over 3,500 students, of which approximately 2,000 relate to persons enrolled in the nursing program. And we have said publicly anybody who has the qualifications and wishes to be trained as a nurse need only apply and will be accepted and will be trained by the government to become a nurse. As anybody who is suitably qualified meets the entry requirements. Mr. Speaker, I will say this. I will say this, sir. Even if we are training for exports, they are Guyanese people, and we, the People's Progressive Party, will train them. We will not do like the AP and UAFC and refuse to train them because they don't want to lose them. They're Guyanese, and we will train them. And they may be employable in Guyana or they may be employable somewhere else. But they're Guyanese, and we will not deny them the training opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we have also increased the number of doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals under several bilateral agreements and arrangements, including our arrangement with the Cuban Medical Brigade from 192 who have provided excellent service to Guyana over the years, from 192 in 2023 to a projected 500 in 2024. Mr. Speaker, under chronic diseases, we have a comprehensive agenda addressing a number of diseases, including diabetes and the full rollout of the Lusignan Center. I will today, sir, so we have, including, of course, that we have ramped up screening for non-communicable diseases. In 2023, we screened over 54,000 persons. In 2023, we screened over 54,000. In 2024, we are planning to reach as much as 70,000 persons to be screened. But I want in particular, sir, to mention that we will be ramping up significantly screening for cervical cancer amongst our women folk, including expanding services to include HPV testing. And I wish, sir, to announce that an amount of $3.8 billion has been allocated in this year's budget for a dedicated intervention to ramp up capabilities to detect and fight cervical cancer. Wow. $3.8 billion. Communicable diseases. Mr. Speaker, we continue to execute programs which seek to mitigate the spread of transmittable diseases, including HIV, tuberculosis, leprosy, fibromyalgia, and hepatitis C, including the rollout of programs for treatment of viral hepatitis C, the distribution of long-lasting insecticidal mosquito nets as protection from malaria. We anticipate a mass distribution of insecticidal nets, anti-malarial insecticidal nets in 2024. We anticipate over 130,000 persons will benefit in regions 1, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Maternal and child health. Apart from the maternal and child hospital to which I've just alluded, which of course constitutes the major investment in this subsector, we continue our schools health program to screen and provide the relevant follow-up for nursery school students. To date, 11,205 students have been screened, with 350 accessing post services. In 2024, we will expand this service to primary schools, and we're hoping to reach 87,000 students. We've also introduced such initiatives as maternal waiting homes, as well as training of traditional birth attendants, which has led to a reduction in maternal mortality in regions 1 and 8, which in fact recorded 0 deaths in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the continued transformation of the health sector into one which ultimately meets world-class standards. In 2024, we have provided a budgetary allocation of $129.8 billion. I turn now, sir, to education. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that education is absolutely critical to the realization of our national objectives, not only ensuring that every single Guyanese person of working age has an adequate opportunity to acquire the skills that are needed to participate meaningfully in the world of work, but also ensuring that the new and emergent economy has an adequate supply of skilled labor and labor with relevant skills. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the sum of $105 billion was spent by the education sector. I wish, sir, to address some of the main interventions under the following broad categories. Ensuring access by upgrading and expanding schools' infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we have set ourselves an objective to achieve and maintain, and I believe in relation to primary, we have achieved, and in secondary, we are well on our way to achieving universal access to education. This requires at a minimum adequate places in the school system across our national geography, bearing in mind, of course, the geographic distribution of our population. We have been, and we will continue to invest in adequate schools infrastructure to ensure that every single child has a comfortable place in nursery, primary, and secondary education. Mr. Speaker, key interventions are as follows. In 2023, we completed several new secondary schools countrywide, including Abramsule, Good Hope, Yarrow Cabra, St. Rose's High, annexes at Bishop's High and Queen's College, amongst others. We advanced works at Christ Church, Hosororo, Karasabay, North Rumvelt, Northwest, St. Mary's, and Tushen, as well as St. George's High, amongst others. We will continue work on all of these buildings in 2024, and we will begin secondary schools at other locations, including Aishalton, Christianburg, Jawala, Kopinang, and Maikobi, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, sums totaling more than $16 billion have been allocated for secondary school buildings. Primary schools were completed at Arterville on Wakenham and in Tushen in 2023. In 2024, construction will begin at Augsbury, Currybrong, Lake Mainstay, Pennock, Red Creek, amongst others. Over $3.1 billion has been budgeted for primary school buildings in 2024. In 2023, Providence and St. Gabriel's nursery schools were completed. In 2024, construction will begin at other locations that include Falls, Maibikuri, and Tushen. Mr. Speaker, over $3 billion has been budgeted for nursery school buildings. Further, of course, rehabilitative work will be done on dormitories and teachers' living quarters. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure, sir. The leader of the opposition is anxious for me to stay the course because he wouldn't want me to repeat what I think I just heard him say. The leader of the opposition very quickly said to me, stay the course, because he doesn't want me to repeat what I believe I heard him say. Honorable leader of the opposition, because you are the leader of the opposition, I will stay the course, sir, and return to my speech. Sir, notwithstanding that we might be on opposite sides of the House, those of us on this side of the House are still capable of displaying some amount of respect. And you are the leader of the opposition, sir. So I will pretend, sir, that I didn't hear what you said and move on. Very well, honorable leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, towards the construction, rehabilitation, and maintenance of school buildings and educational facilities, a total of $28.7 billion has been budgeted. Promoting attendance and attentiveness through cash transfers and school feeding. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the Because We Care cash grant and uniform grant benefited over 201,000 public and private school students at a cost of $8.1 billion. Distribution of those grants will continue in 2024, and we expect will benefit some 205,000 students. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we introduced school grants for schools to purchase supplies for their classrooms at a cost of $898.2 million, benefiting 182,672 children. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the sum of $3.1 billion is budgeted for the distribution of school grants. Mr. Speaker, the National School Feeding Program in 2023 benefited 85,000 children at a cost of $2.6 billion. In 2024, sir, a sum of $4.9 billion is budgeted to continue, roll out, and expand that program to provide juice, biscuits, breakfast, and hot meals to some 126,000 children. Improving availability of textbooks. Mr. Speaker, to support our government's efforts towards world-class education, we've mandated that all students have access to the required textbooks for all subjects. In this regard, in 2023, a total of 619,060 textbooks were procured for the primary and secondary levels at a total of $3.3 billion. In 2024, an additional 502,072 more textbooks will be purchased at a cost of $3 billion. Tertiary education. Mr. Speaker, the University of Guyana continues to be our national university, graduating in 2023 a total of 3,520 students, of whom over 70%, amongst whose graduates, over 70% were employed at the time of graduation. In 2024, they will offer new programs in a number of areas. We are, sir, currently investing in a major new health sciences education building, critical for the preservation of the certification of the medical school, and by extension, the certification of the doctors we produce at that school. In 2024, a sum of $4.1 billion is budgeted to support UG's operations. Also recognizing, sir, that not every student or potential student in Guyana has access to the bricks and mortar campuses at Turkine and at Tain. It would be known, sir, that we implemented the Guyana Online Academy of Learning, the Gold Scholarship Program that has brought university-level education into the homes of Guyanese families throughout the length and breadth of our country. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, a total of 7,752 scholarships were granted, bringing the total since the program started to 21,442, exceeding our manifesto target of 20,000. Mr. Speaker, over the last 3 years, 3,431 persons graduated from goal. We will introduce 160 new programs. In 10,967 continuing students. Mr. Speaker, under strategic partnerships,
The
Mr. Speaker, under strategic partnerships with international providers, a bulk licensing arrangement has been concluded with international provider Coursera. This will allow us to train up to 450,000 persons in a wide range of areas where skills gaps exist, especially in the public sector, including in such areas as childcare and protection, human resource management, mental health, psychology, procurement, and customer service. An amount of $350 million has been budgeted for this purpose. We will also train 1,000 persons in relevant aspects of information and communications technology to take up high-value outsourcing ICT-based nearshore jobs. This initiative will cost an estimated $725 million over a 2-year period. Budgetary provisions have been made in 2024 to commence the first batch of training. Technical and vocational training. Mr. Speaker, TVET becomes a much higher priority to bridge the skills gap in the labor market and to increase employability in the economy in Guyana's economy of today. Some of the critical TVET interventions include training of persons under the Board of Industrial Training. In 2023, we trained 4,439 persons. In 2024, we will train another 7,890 persons in such areas as electrical installation, plumbing, furniture making, general building construction, heavy equipment operation, etc. A sum of $500 million has been budgeted to provide this training. Mr. Speaker, we will expand the number of training programs offered for CVQs, Caribbean Vocational Qualifications, from 88 to 111. The TVET online platform will be implemented in 7 secondary schools. A new TVET policy for the medium term will be developed to define and govern skills development systems for post-secondary, tertiary, formal, non-formal and informal sectors. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, in 2024, Phase 1 of the Guyana Technical Training College at Port Morant, which will include the National Oil and Gas Institute, will be operationalized. A total of 25 students will form the first cohort and will commence specialized factor simulation training in mechanical, electrical, and instrumentation. When completed in 6 months, these students will be ready to take up employment in the oil and gas industry. The second batch will be recruited in August, and we will add to their curriculum building and construction technology. To begin with, Mr. Speaker, several other technical institutions will be rehabilitated, upgraded, and equipped. A total of $2.3 billion has been allocated to support technical and vocational interventions. Mr. Speaker, the education sector in 2024, with the aim of realizing our vision of world-class education right here in Guyana and throughout the length and breadth of Guyana, has been allocated. The Honourable Member Coretta MacDonald realized that you just made a statement about the people she's supposed to represent. But I will stay the course on your advice. Your comment, sir, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, applies and is high. Let me not say what I want to say. Mr. Speaker, to realize our vision of world-class education, our government will invest in 2024 $135.2 billion. I turn now, sir, to housing and water. Yet another sector that is going through a meteoric transformation, coming back from its non-existence during 2015 to 2020. and resuming the People's Progressive Party previous outstanding work in developing new housing areas, allocating house lots, and providing support for home ownership. Mr. Speaker, over 30,000 house lots were allocated since we took office. And we are well on our way to exceed our target of 50,000 house lots during our first term of office. We delivered, ask what's her name again? Miss Annette Ferguson. Mr. Speaker, we delivered 6,822 land titles and transports to residents since we took office in 2020. We will deliver another 5,000 in 2024. We are continuing to build affordable homes to support all income categories. Since assuming office, we completed 1,165. Work is ongoing on another 1,134. For low-income earners, we have completed 706 homes. And in a number of areas, Anna Catherine, Edinburgh, Great Diamond, Lenora, Lethem, Nappy, Ordnance Fortlands, etc. And works are in progress on another 487 homes in other locations. For moderate income earners, 370 houses were completed at Amelia's Ward, Cummings Lodge, and Little Diamond, and works are ongoing for the construction of another 222. For young professionals, 89 homes were completed, while works are in progress for the construction of 425 additional homes at LBI, Little Diamond, Prospect, and Providence. Under the Lethem Housing Support Initiative, 320 persons pre-qualified for loans, 100 loan applications were approved, 12 homes were completed, and 36 homes are currently being constructed. Infrastructural works will continue to be done in several areas, including, again, Amelia's Ward, Baltia, Burma, Charity, Dikendran, Golden Hope, Good Hope, Great Diamond, Hope, and others. Mr. Speaker, we've also launched our supportive housing assistance program, distributing vouchers. Over 962 vouchers were issued to date at the value of $131.6 billion. The single window approval system for building permits will also assist. This IT platform, once completed, will aid with the efficiency of the approval process for construction permits. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the sum of $52.7 billion was spent for the construction of roads, drains, and bridges in the respective housing areas. In 2024, sir, the sum of $78 billion is allocated to further develop housing infrastructure worldwide, countrywide. Water and sanitation. Mr. Speaker, since taking office, our government has made significant investments in the water sector to improve water quality and supply systems across the country. Access to potable water. Mr. Speaker, extension of transmission and distribution networks were completed in several unserved areas. Works are continuing on T&D mains in Annandale, Cotton Tree, El Dorado, Fellowship, New Amsterdam, Providence, to benefit approximately 72,000 residents. In 2024, works will advance on the drilling of wells in a number of locations, including Bamia, Caledonia, Lima, and under Neeming, and will commence at Fellowship, Tiberi, and Virgin Eugen. Mr. Speaker, you will receive, sir, a written speech with all of this fleshed out in abundant detail in keeping with the People's Progressive Party's government's long and rich tradition of transparency in government. Mr. Speaker, To further improve hinterland water supply, the following are key interventions. A total of 31 new wells were drilled in 2023. Works on the upgrade and extension of water supplies were completed in water supply systems were completed in a number of areas, Kumu, Makamaka, Mountain Foot, etc. Works are ongoing or progressing at I'm going to skip that one because I think I have a typographical mistake and it is misspelled and I don't want to call the wrong location. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2023, hinterland water coverage stood at 82% compared to 46% at the end of 2020. We have raised it from 46% to 82% in the space of 3 years. To further improve hinterland water supply systems in 2024, we've allocated $1.5 billion to install such systems at a number of locations, Malacara, Kimbia, Santa Cruz, Santa Mission, St. Ignatius, and others. Mr. Speaker, water quality and service. In 2023, works advanced on the upgrading of 12 existing water treatment plants. These will now be completed in 2024. Construction commenced on 7 new water treatment plants, which will be substantially completed in 2024. And procurement has been launched to construct another 5 water treatment plants at Adventure, Bath, Leg 1, Mariah's Delight, and Wakanam. For these and other interventions aimed at improving water quality, a sum of $14 billion has been budgeted. Sanitation, we recognize, of course, sir, the importance of solid waste management. We've invested heavily to ensure timely collection and disposal of garbage. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, a total of $1.9 billion was expended towards infrastructural developments, including construction of an access road at the Blairmont sanitary landfill facility, upgrade of the landfill site at Bon Success, completion of stormwater pools, and landfill gas management systems at Hagsbosh, amongst others. In 2024, we have budgeted $2.6 billion to further advance our government's efforts to upgrade solid waste infrastructure and other initiatives, which include $1.3 billion for infrastructural, environmental, and capacity building support and the continued operation of landfill sites, $572 million for the continued upgrade of the Hagsbosh site, including the completion of a semi-aerobic cell, upgrade of landfill sites at several areas, and the procurement of waste management equipment, including such equipment as tire shredder, water and air quality testing equipment, and stationary compactor bins. Mr. Speaker, I turn, sir, now to culture and the arts. We believe, sir, that we must actively work to harness the collective energies of our people imbued with national pride in our rich and incomparable, natural, and beautifully diverse cultural heritage. Mr. Speaker, that regard, the provision of adequate financial resources for the promotion of the arts, culture, and heritage, and the preservation of our monuments and historic sites is a commitment that guides this government's initiatives within this area. Mr. Speaker, 2023 saw major initiatives in our culture and in our culture and arts sector. We spent over $130 million on restoring major sites, monuments, forts, and historic buildings. We hosted at the CPL Cricket Carnival halftime show. Over 86 local artists had an opportunity to showcase their talents for the world to see. A number of persons benefited from cultural and creative industries grants, 30 persons in 2023, another 30 in 2024. We held cultural camps across all of our regions where 400 young people were exposed to techniques in music, etc. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we have budgeted $2.7 billion for the continuous development of culture and arts, including provision for a new art gallery and museum, outfitting of community spaces for cultural performances, and continuing the ongoing initiatives mentioned earlier. Of this amount, sir, a sum of $100 million has been budgeted to support activities associated with the observance of the International Decade for People of African Descent. Sport. Mr. Speaker, like in so many other sectors, our sports infrastructure, which is so critical to our young people, is undergoing its sharpest and greatest transformation in the history of our country. More is being invested to ensure that our citizens, and in particular our young people, have access to world-class sporting facilities. Mr. Speaker, some of the main initiatives in this sector include under strategic partnerships with international and corporate partners. We are constructing 2 major international stadiums at Palmyra in Region 6 and at Crane in Region 3. Work has already commenced at Palmyra. We have resurfaced the Leonora Track and Field Center, completed synthetic track in Region 10, while the synthetic track in Region 6 is expected to be completed in 2024. We have installed international standard floodlights at Anna Regina Multipurpose Facility, IFOT Community Ground, and synthetic tracks in Region 6 and 10, while installation at Bay Rock will be completed in 2024. We have also been upgrading grounds throughout the country, with $1.2 billion already expended on over 250 grounds across the 10 regions of Guyana. And in 2024, a further $1 billion has been allocated to continue this work on upgrading our grounds. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 allocates $4.6 billion for the advancement of sports in our country. I turn now, sir, to youth, our young people. They are, of course, the backbone of our country, the future, our future. We continue to place the highest level of emphasis on training, capacity building, creation of opportunities for our young men and women across every sector, whether it be education and the educational and skills training opportunities that we're providing our young people, and on which I've already elaborated extensively. But Mr. Speaker, on top of those initiatives, on top of the initiatives in education, in ICT, in tourism, in health, in human services, and Amerindian affairs, Budget 2024 provides a sum of $1.1 billion to advance specific youth development initiatives nationwide. These include, sir, the continuation of the CET vet accredited training programs in areas such as carpentry, electrical installation, masonry and plumbing at the Georgetown Training College, the establishment of robotics hubs and training of trainers in robotics, the holding of the National Youth Science Fair and Exhibition, and importantly, sir, participation in the President's Youth Award Program. Mr. Speaker, in order to provide additional technical and vocational options for our youths, we will continue to upgrade such centers as the College and Training Center, Kurukuru Training Center, Georgetown Training Center, Vyman's Irvin Training Center, Smithfield Drop-In Center, amongst others. Children, Mr. Speaker, here again, in addition to the interventions that have already been outlined in the education sector, a number of other specific targeted interventions are planned and budgeted for in 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have provided a sum of $1.4 billion in 2024 to pursue such ongoing and new initiatives as the following: the creation of safe spaces and better care facilities for the children of working parents through the construction of day and night care centers in regions 3 and 4, and the rehabilitation and upgrade of the Sophia Care Center and the Mahaika Children's Home. A sum of $287 million is budgeted for those interventions. We are developing, upgrading, and licensing childcare facilities to operate within approved standards. In that regard, 308 daycare facilities were licensed, and in 2023, and in 2024, an additional 123 facilities will be licensed. We are training women in early childhood development and in child care, having already trained 253 and 922 in those two areas, respectively. We are providing child care subsidies to the most vulnerable, benefiting 460 children. In 2024, we anticipate that this initiative will benefit another 700 children. In relation to the prevention of child abuse, we have intensified the Every Child Safe campaigns, which provided parental training and psychosocial and other social support for abuse. Mr. Speaker, I've already elaborated the investments we are making in such areas as the public health care system, which provides critical care to all our citizens, not least our elderly. Speaker, a number of specific interventions are being implemented. I will mention just some of these. We continue to pay the old age pension to some 73,000 pensioners, with the total pension payout amounting in 2023 to some $27.1 billion. We continue to provide subsidized water charges to our pensioners. We provided home-based care to 6,167 elderly persons. We anticipate, sir, in 2024, 8,500 individuals will benefit from this service. We trained persons under the WIN program to provide care services, 736 persons under the WIN program to provide care services to the senior citizens population in all 10 regions. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, construction of a new care home for senior citizens at Enmore is expected to commence, for which $172 million has been budgeted. Mr. Speaker, women and gender. In addition to the 5,731 women awarded scholarships for academic training through GOAL, another 4,562 were trained under WIN and BIT programs. We expect an additional 10,900 women to be trained in 2024 in a wide range of areas. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, 225 women were provided support to register their businesses. An additional 700 are expected to benefit in 2024. Furthermore, sir, startup business kits will be provided to new entrepreneurs. Persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, a Persons with Disabilities Support Unit was established within the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security in 2023 for the development of policies and coordination monitoring of related programs. Registration of persons with disabilities will continue countrywide so that we can provide the requisite services to all eligible persons. Over 19,000 permanently disabled persons benefited from the $16,000 per month public assistance social transfer, as well as the one-off cash grant of $35,000 each. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, 98 persons with disabilities received training in the Job Access with Speech program and computer skills at the newly constructed Mahaika disability complex. And in 2024, an additional 396 persons with disabilities will receive this training. 465 persons received assistive aids. Another 600 will receive those aids in 2024. 9 buses were in 2023, 797 children received special needs services, and 2,299 teachers were trained in special education needs and disabilities at the CPC. This will continue in 2024. These represents are only a selection of the interventions that we're implementing. Victims of domestic violence, sir. We continue to stand resolutely against domestic violence, improving access to legal aid services, strengthening and enforcing legislation on trafficking in persons, amongst other interventions. We've been updating the legal framework to provide strengthened safeguards against domestic violence and trafficking in persons. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, the Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act, which was passed in 2023, provides comprehensive measures to combat TIP. A family violence bill and a protection from harassment bill have been drafted and will be placed for consideration on the legislative agenda. 2 domestic violence shelters were upgraded and expanded in regions 2 and 6. Over 10,500 persons were trained and sensitized on sexual offenses and domestic violence prevention, amongst other interventions, including, of course, our collaboration with non-governmental organizations. Notably, Mr. Speaker, Guyana maintained our Tier 1 ranking in the 2023 United States State Department Human Trafficking Report. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, government expended a sum of $38.2 billion to pursue initiative in human and social services. In 2024, a sum of $48.3 billion is budgeted to continue ongoing and new initiatives. Amerindian and hinterland development. Mr. Speaker, we remain unwavering in our commitment to our Amerindian brothers and sisters and to delivering development in every single community in our country, irrespective of how far away that community may be or how isolated that community may be from the coastland. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of some of these initiatives, in pursuit of these objectives, some of our principal interventions include supporting the governance structures, including the National Tushaus Council. It will be recalled, sir, that we completed the NTC Secretariat building last year at a total cost. Last year, sir, at a total cost of $147.8 million. Sir, this beautiful edifice now provides the council with a suitable venue to convene and discuss key matters. We support the NTC in convening their annual conference and in providing close government engagement with the elected leaders of our Amerindian villages during their conference. Mr. Speaker, an amount of $100 million is provided in 2024 to support the hosting of the National Tushaus Conference. Mr. Speaker, our Amerindian brothers and sisters, having spent 5 years from 2015 to 2020, languishing without a land titling program that had been abandoned, although the resources had already been mobilized under the original low carbon development strategy. Happily, sir, the land titling program financed under the Guyana Red Plus initiative and the original low carbon development strategy was resumed when we returned to office. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, this important and critical land titling program spent $111 million. And in 2024, we are projecting to spend $800 million. In pursuit of sustainable village economies, presidential grants, Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of sustainable village economies, presidential grants continue to be delivered to each Amerindian community, and support provided for various economic initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we have budgeted sums totaling $3.4 billion for these projects in our Amerindian villages. Direct employment and skills training opportunities are provided through the Community Service Officers, popularly known as the CSO program. It would be recalled, sir, that more than 1,000 CSOs were callously terminated by the APNU AFC. We restored the program immediately upon returning to office. In 2024, an amount of $1.2 billion is budgeted for this program, which is expected to benefit over 2,600 programs. Our young, bright young CSOs in our Amerindian villages. Mr. Speaker, under our low carbon development strategy, 15% of the proceeds of the sale of our carbon credits is earmarked for Amerindian villages, and in particular to finance their village sustainability plans developed by the villages, VSPs as they are abbreviated. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, support was provided for every single village to develop a VSP and to open its own bank account, and amounts totaling, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, amounts totaling $4.7 billion, representing 15% of the carbon sales receipts to date, was transferred to bank accounts owned by these Amerindian villages. Owned and controlled. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, Mr. Speaker, a further amount of $2.7 billion is expected to be transferred from our carbon credit sales to our Amerindian villages. Mr. Speaker, in total, I hear the honorable member whose name I'm trying, my eyes are not as good as they used to be. Is that the honorable member? Usually I hear the name Kazakh, but I'm not sure if that's his real name. But the honorable member who is called Kazakh and whose name I must admit I don't know or recall, I hear him asking about more. And I'm interested to inquire, sir, how much was delivered to the Amerindian villages when he, sir, was entrusted with the task of delivering grants to communities that never received those grants? Mr. Speaker, the track record is there for all to see. How much was delivered during 2015 to 2020 to our Amerindian villages compared to how much we are now delivering to our Amerindian brothers and sisters, whether it be presidential grants, whether it be the sale of carbon credits, whether it be our other national programs. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if this is the gentleman who was rumored to be involved in the SLED program in Region 9. Is the same individual? Anyway, let's move on. This is the same individual, sir, who is rumored to have been involved, responsible for the SLED program in Region 9. I don't know his name, but I hear Kazakh. They call him Kazakh. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering whether it's the MP that is called. I wonder if it's the MP who answers to the name Kazakh. I wonder if it's the Honorable Kazakh who was responsible for the SLED program in Region 9, who has the audacity to come in this house and ask about what is being done for Amerindian villages. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in total, Mr. Speaker, in total, including the carbon credit sales. I don't know why they call him a Kazakh. I don't even know what Kazakh is, to be frank with you. I don't know why they call him a Kazakh. Moving swiftly on, sir. Moving swiftly on, sir. Mr. Speaker, must ask with Mr. Ramjatan about that night. You're smiling. Mr. Ramjatan, must tell him about the night. I see you smiling. That's what you think. Why you don't ask him privately? Why you don't ask him privately? You should ask Mr. Ramjatan privately about that night. Moving on though. Mr. Ramjatan, I will move on. I will move on. Mr. Speaker, in total, including the carbon credit sales just referred to, an amount of $9 billion is allocated for Amerindian development programs. I turn now, sir, to improved governance and institutional reforms. Mr. Speaker, this government's hallmark has been to consistently embrace democracy, constitutionality and the rule of law, transparency and accountability, inclusion and participation. We champion these principles within the context of a united people, one Guyana, and the oneness of our nation. Mr. Speaker, the National Coordinating Committee we have established the National Coordinating Committee with regards to the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption and the UN Convention Against Corruption, which is headed at a ministerial level and comprises 17 agencies. The committee reviews anti-corruption methodologies, laws, practices, and the conventions, and examines the recommendations to strengthen anti-corruption framework and practices. We have also established a national mechanism for reporting and follow-up on obligations under international conventions with respect to human rights and representation from 16 government agencies. Later this year, sir, we will launch an international certificate program on international human rights law, which will be conducted under a hybrid model. Mr. Speaker, developing mechanisms for collaboration between ministries and agencies, particularly those dealing with governance, human rights, and anti-corruption, will continue to be a primary focus. We firmly believe in engaging with all multi-stakeholder groups on an ongoing basis, and we've had 4 engagements with the National Stakeholders Forum in 2023 regarding a range of issues so that people would be better informed. We continue to monitor and support the functionality and operation of the constitutional agencies, and saw the appointment in 2023 of the appointments of the members of the service commissions, judicial and public service commissions, and as well as the Ethnic Relations Commission. Capacity building sessions were conducted with all agencies on human rights-based approaches to delivering on their mandate, and sensitization on obligations regarding disabilities and migrant workers. This work, these and other initiatives will continue, sir, apace in 2024. Mr. Speaker, justice sector strengthening. We continue to prioritize timely provision of justice for all Guyanese. In this regard, investments in this sector have targeted the modernization of the architecture of the state, legal architecture of the state, promoting better access to justice for all, constitutional and law reform. And to this end, sir, in 2023, we invested $5.3 billion for the strengthening of the sector. Budget 2024 allocates an additional $6.8 billion. Justice. Expanding and upgrading the physical infrastructure of the court system. Mr. Speaker, to facilitate and expand access to justice across Guyana, we completed construction and commissioned a new magistrates court and living quarters at Vigilance. Advanced work on magistrates courts and living quarters at Anna Regina, Cove and John, Friendship, Mabaruma, Maikoni, Madhya, Port Kaituma, and Timeri, as well as the extension of the Court of Appeal building in Kingston. In 2023, a sum of $1.3 billion was spent on these facilities. $1.7 billion is budgeted in 2024 to complete these works. Building on the Restorative Justice Act passed in late 2023, or is it 2022? 2023, I believe. 2023. We established the Restorative Justice Center in Region 4. We appointed key technical personnel and trained officials, including prominent persons from within the community, on the principles of restorative justice. The objective of this initiative is the reduction of recidivism through provision of rehabilitation of victims and offenders, and in turn ease over-reliance on custodial sentences. Mr. Speaker, to this end, $257.4 million was expended in 2023. A further $291 million is budgeted for these in 2024. Similarly, sir, improving technical capacity and promoting adequate human resources. An amendment to the Court of Appeal Act in 2023 now allows for not less than 5 and not more than 9 judges sitting in the Court of Appeal, compared to 2 and 5 previously. This intervention is aimed at having 2 sittings of the court sitting simultaneously or consecutively to reduce the backlog in cases. With the reconstitution of the JSC, government has already begun the process to fill critical vacancies in the judiciary, including justices of appeal, magistrates, and puisne judges. And advertisements have already gone out and are under consideration for the recruitment of new magistrates. In 2023, 32 special prosecutors were trained to prosecute cases in the magistrates' court on behalf of the state, thereby strengthening the prosecutorial arm of the justice system in regions 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10. In 2024, an additional 9 special prosecutors will join the existing cohort. Mr. Speaker, other initiatives include technological transformation of the justice system, smart courts, the use of video conferencing and digital recording systems, the rollout of the court case management system, contributing to greater efficiency for all of these. In Budget 2024, sir, includes financial provisions to roll out all of these initiatives. Legal education, in keeping with our vision of becoming not only of having domestic capability of training our legal professionals, but also becoming an offshore educational center for legal education in the region. We are now 1 step closer to realizing our own regional law school with the anticipated tabling of the feasibility study for the Guyana Law School to the Council of Legal Education later this year. Before the CLE, quite unlike what was done by Mr. Nandalal's predecessor, who launched a beautiful building, I understand, without even having approached or obtained the approval of the CLE. I believe there were pictures in the newspapers. The building was even named. The building was even named after a distinguished jurist, Justice J.F. Haynes, the law school that never was. Mr. Speaker, labor market. Not quite. Not quite. Mr. Speaker, labor, I can see, sir, that those on the opposite side of the House are thoroughly enjoying this presentation and are desirous of detaining me, so that I can extend it for longer. Sir, labor market considerations. Our overriding philosophy regarding our labor force is to ensure that every single Guyanese of working age is employable, has the necessary skills, competencies, and opportunities to be employed. Mr. Speaker, we approach this task. The reality, sir, is that there are a number of mismatches in our labor market. In some instances, sir, there are skills mismatches. The skills that are required by the employers in a particular area are oftentimes not necessarily the skills that are had or that are possessed by those who are looking for work in those areas. Sometimes, sir, there are geographic mismatches. The jobs are being created in one area and persons are looking for work in other areas. I believe, Mr. Speaker, you even addressed this matter at the last sitting in response to a question that was posed, having also yourself having served as a distinguished Minister of Labor. Mr. Speaker, there are geographic mismatches in the labor market. Mr. Speaker, we will first ramp up training, whether it be through the Guyana Technical Training College or the National Tourism and Hospitality Institute, or our technical institutes throughout the length and breadth of our country. We will work with the private sector to better communicate to potential applicants the jobs that are available. A number of companies increasingly have been hosting job fairs, targeted job fairs, throughout the length and breadth of the country with tremendous success, including companies in the oil and gas sector. We will partner with the private sector to hold these job fairs. We will strengthen the labor market information system, developing a more integrated labor market information system, better communicating job opportunities as well as job applicants. Strengthening local government. Mr. Speaker, local governance forms a main pillar of a strong democracy. We will continue to provide support to all our municipalities and neighborhood democratic councils. Mr. Speaker, to support these objectives, we continue to provide direct cash assistance through subventions to our local democratic organs. In 2024, $1 billion, an amount of $1 billion is budgeted to be transferred as subventions. Mr. Speaker, in support of upgrading, we are providing it again last year because we're not like the AP and UAFC, provide it with one hand and take it back like the other. Tell the people that you're cutting taxes and then you put on back 100 more taxes. The AP and UAFC is puzzled by the fact that we put in back the same thing like last year because they're more accustomed to giving something and then taking it back with the other hand. That's the modus operandi of the AP and UAFC. So they're confused when you give and continue to give. They're confused when you give and continue to give. Because all they know is give with one hand and take back with another. Mr. Speaker, in support of upgrading community infrastructure, and in particular, community markets, which are often the center of community economic life, $417 million was expended last year to advance works and rehabilitate 5 community markets. Charity, we have started work at locations like Charity, Hydroni, Lenora, etc. Rehabilitate, rebuild in some cases like Parika. In 2024, precisely what I said. In 2024, $1.2 billion is a sum of $1.2 billion is budgeted to complete these markets and rehabilitate Corriverton, Kumaka, and Saudi markets. Mr. Speaker, with the specific objective of providing support for routine maintenance of community infrastructure, 2,381 persons were employed under the Community Enhancement Workers Program to complement our LDOs and upgrade the aesthetics of our communities. In 2023, $1.5 billion was expended. In 2024, $1.5 billion will be budgeted. Mr. Speaker, nearly 16,000 persons were recruited under the National Pathway Workers Program at a cost of $6.4 billion in 2023. A sum of $10 billion is budgeted in 2024 to advance the National Pathway Program. Financial sector reform. Mr. Speaker, we will continue our work to maintain financial sector stability while ensuring that the sector contributes optimally to economic growth. Payment systems. Building on the enhancements already made to the national payment systems, we'll be moving ahead this year with an instant payment system to further support and enhance our current payment and settlement infrastructure, which includes the RTGS, real-time gross settlement system, as well as the Central Securities Depository, better enabling electronic settlement of transactions. Revenue management. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to modernize our tax administration and reduce gaps in tax compliance. We have invested in ICT infrastructure to allow taxpayers to utilize online payments. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, payments from taxpayers using our online facility totaled $59 billion. And 33,000 persons filed their tax returns for various tax types using the e-filing platform, the deployment of digital solutions in government. We've completed upgraded infrastructure for a number of installations of the Guyana Revenue Authority, the new licensing office at Princess and Smythe Street, a new branch office at Onvawat, which allow citizens of West Coast Berbice for the first time to have a wide range of services that previously they had to commute to Georgetown or New Amsterdam to access. I've referred previously, Mr. Speaker, to the development of the electronic window system. Digital solutions in government, more broadly, beyond tax administration. Mr. Speaker, we will be undertaking a structured digitalization master plan that will allow 70 processes to be digitalized in a phased manner. The implementation of the National eID project, Electronic ID project, which began in March 2023. The implementation of Safe Country and extension of Safe City. Safe Road Intelligence System to improve road safety and reduce accidents. The rollout of telemedicine in the health sector. The development of an electronic medical record system. Electronic management information, the education management information system, or EMIS. And to support the ongoing digitalization rollout, we've distributed VSAT and other wireless communications to 165 hinterland and remote communities, benefiting 50,000 residents. National Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, the NIS provides invaluable service to its many contributors and pensioners, and for many of them is the only source of any form of social security. Sorry. Well, the National Insurance Scheme, I must admit that predates me, sir. It does predate me, I must admit. Mr. Speaker, the NIS provides invaluable service to its many contributors and pensioners. And for many of them is the only source of any form of social security. Ensuring the NIS, the investment in the Berbice Bridge was one of the NIS's most lucrative investments. That is a fact. Mr. Speaker, the scheme has made, I will repeat what I said. The NIS investment in the Berbice Bridge was one of the scheme's most lucrative investments. Mr. Speaker, with the aim of addressing long outstanding complaints and other concerns of citizens, in 2023, the NIS conducted a series of nationwide outreaches and one overseas diaspora outreach in New York, listening to and addressing the issues raised by contributors and resolving thousands of them. Mr. Speaker, 12 sessions were held in regions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and over 1,300 persons benefited from these sessions, many of them receiving their NIS pension after years of waiting. Cumulatively, Mr. Speaker, 14,000 claims that were pending as at August 2020 have been resolved to date. With the aim of addressing the 1,488 matters awaiting consideration by the NIS Appeals Tribunal, in 2023, government appointed 12 legal practitioners to chair and convene tribunals in Georgetown and elsewhere in the country in order to expedite consideration of pending appeals. Since making that appointment, 252 matters have been resolved, of which 156 have been concluded. 96 are ongoing, and 1,236 will commence shortly, along with new matters submitted since the tribunals were appointed. The scheme has commenced its 10th actuarial review, and draft report was recently completed and is being considered. Once completed, we will examine its findings and recommendations, but suffice it to say that our government remains firmly committed to taking all necessary steps to ensure the financial sustainability and viability of the National Insurance Scheme. Procurement. Mr. Speaker, over the past years, the NPTAB has been dedicated to the restoration of credibility, confidence, accountability, and transparency. To this end, they worked continuously on strengthening the institutional framework and enhancing transparency and efficiency in the bidding process. They pursued the revision of the standard bidding documents, conducted in-field training in regions, appointed a technical non-scoring member from the procuring entity to assist with technical bids, introduced a bidder's register, amongst other important initiatives. They will focus on digitalization of records to establish a full and functional registry, create a documentation center, and commence installation of a new management information system. Mr. Speaker, turning to data system strengthening. Guyana's national population census commenced on September 15, 2022. Like many of our CARICOM neighbors, and this matter was the subject, in fact, of some questions asked in this Honorable House not so long ago. Like many of our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, the census in Guyana has been significantly delayed. Whether it be inclement weather, challenging terrain, attrition of field staff, respondent apathy or unavailability, competing national events, etc. Suffice it to say, sir, that as I have previously advised this House, our team at the Bureau of Statistics continues to work diligently to complete this very important exercise, which we anticipate in 2024. Foreign relations and the diaspora. Foreign relations. Mr. Speaker, the preservation of Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity remains paramount, and our government will remain vigilant in the diplomatic defense of our patrimony. We were all consumed by the actions of Venezuela in recent months, and their decision in September 2023 to conduct and their subsequent conduct in December 2023 of a referendum that was openly defiant of the ongoing process at the ICJ. Mr. Speaker, this proposal caused us, as I mentioned earlier, to apply to the ICJ. We obtained provisional measures. We obtained the joint declaration of Argyll for dialogue and peace between, firmly committed that the ICJ, I said it, sir, in my introduction, and I'm repeating it now in the relevant section, is the path to a final and peaceful settlement. And we will continue to adhere to the rule of international law. Mr. Speaker, on the 1st of January, we proudly took up our seat as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the period 2024 to 2025. Mr. Speaker, this year in February, we will be assuming the chairmanship of the Caribbean community. His Excellency, the President, will be assuming the chairmanship. And we will be hosting in February, sir. He will be hosting, sir, the 46th regular meeting of CARICOM heads of government right here in Georgetown. We will host, sir. No, sir, but with deference to the importance that we attach to the regional project and the regional enterprise, we consider it mention worthy, the fact that Guyana this year will be hosting CARICOM heads. We will also be hosting the 38th FAO Regional Conference. We will also be hosting the IDB's Caribbean Governors pre-AGM. We will also be hosting the Caribbean Development Bank's meeting of contributors to the bank's SDF, so Special Development Fund. The point, sir, is that 2024 will be a very busy year for our international and regional relations front. Mr. Speaker, we've been able on the diaspora, in relation to the diaspora, sir, We've maintained a close engagement with the diaspora, conducting several outreaches, webinars, conferences, and other programs, including to areas that previously were underserved and unserved, including areas like the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, and indeed, sir, particularly in those unserved and underserved areas, it was extremely gratifying to see the response of our diaspora, who had never, or who had not for a number of years, had the opportunity to meet and interact with a senior member of government. Mr. Speaker, public safety and security. Mr. Speaker, in recognizing that a vibrant security sector is a result of a well-planned and strategic initiatives, we've committed to investing heavily in the provision of expanded facilities, expanded mobility and updated equipment, better use of technology and training, the promotion of greater accountability for law enforcement personnel, amongst other initiatives. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, a sum of $72.6 billion was expended by the sector. In 2024, the Guyana Police Force benefited from a total sum of $28.6 billion, which was expended towards addressing the infrastructural deficiencies and enhancing the force's capacity. Mr. Speaker, we expended in 2023, a sum of $2.9 billion to upgrade and expand infrastructure at locations countrywide, including Baramita, Denamsel, Etringbang, Imbaymadai, Karasabay, Rose Hall, Tushan. We established command centers in regions 2, 3, 5, and 6, and 10. We commenced and works are continuing on police stations at Anai, Ikiriku, Letem, Maka, Monkey Mountain, and others. In 2024, sir, we will advance the construction, rehabilitation of all these locations and reconstruct critical police stations at Kitty, Maikoni, Sanssouci, and Weldad, as well as the construction of regional divisional headquarters in Region 6. Mr. Speaker, notably, the force's infrastructure will be transformed as we commence the construction of the state-of-the-art 12-story brick dam police station. To this end, sir, $5.4 billion is earmarked to advance infrastructural works in 2024. Transport fleet, to further complement the transport fleet, we have budgeted $1 billion to expand the force's land and water fleet with the purchase of additional vehicles, boats, and engines to augment those that were purchased last year. We have budgeted $152.1 million for community policing. We are rolling out the use of technology, including, sir, a budgetary allocation of $2 billion to further roll out the Safe Country Initiative to improve national courage, particularly in the heavily populated areas on our coast. Training, sir. We plan, sir, to further improve the forensic and investigative capabilities by conducting training both locally and regionally, with an amount of $250 million budgeted for police training. We will also partner with strategic institutions like the New York Police Department and the RCMP of Canada in advancing major training reform initiatives. Mr. Speaker, a total of $30.3 billion has been allocated to the Guyana Police Force in 2024. The Guyana Prison Service, in pursuit of its strategic plan, is moving to consolidate its correctional facility at Luziknan with satellite facilities at New Amsterdam, Mazaruni, and possibly Timeri. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, infrastructural improvements will continue as we anticipate the completion of works at Luziknan, accessway, and the provision for additional electricity supply at Mazaruni, amongst other works. A sum of $2.8 billion is earmarked to advance prison infrastrucral works in 2024. On training, a sum of $140.2 million will be used to train both prison officers and inmates in several relevant areas. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 provides a sum of $6.5 billion for the Guyana Prison Service. Guyana Fire Service. Mr. Speaker, more recently we have noted a spate of fires. To ensure that we have a fire service that is adequately equipped to discharge their important mandate, we are pursuing a number of very important initiatives. We're upgrading the physical facilities of the fire service. Having started work at Lenora, Ogle, Wales, as well as the fire service headquarters at Durban Park. In 2024, we aim to complete Diamond, additional fire stations at Charity, Parika, Soesdijk, and Wisberg, as well as extension of fire services of stations at Linden, Rosal, and Timeri. A sum of $572.8 million has been budgeted in 2024 for this and related purposes. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we spent $3.3 billion to acquire additional equipment, including 16 bruisers, 8 tenders, 1 telescopic boom, and 6 ambulances. Mr. Speaker, we also advanced procurement for 40 light and quick response firefighting vehicles, which will be stationed across the country, thereby enhancing the responsiveness of the service. Budget 2024 provides an additional $500 million to boost the fire services capability. We will advance the fire hydrants program. We will continue to train our fire officers. And in pursuit of our objectives, Mr. Speaker, for the security sector as a whole, we have allocated a total of $90.6 billion in budget 2024. I now turn, sir, to our macroeconomic targets for 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Guyanese economy, real GDP. The Guyanese economy is set to expand at an even faster pace in 2024. And the real economy is projected to expand at a rate of 34.3%. Once realized, this will represent the 5th consecutive year in which our economy will be growing at more than 20%. And it will result in Guyana growing at an annual average of 38.8% over that 5-year period. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the non-oil economy is projected to grow by 11.9% this year, driven by consistent expansion in all subsectors in the agriculture, forestry, fishing, construction and services, as well as a recovery in bauxite and gold mining. Mr. Speaker, Once realized, the non-oil economy will have recorded 4 years of consecutive growth at an average growth rate of 9.9% annually since its 7.3% contraction in 2020. Agriculture, forestry, and fishing. I'm speaking here, sir, of targets and projections for 2024. I understand, sir, that the numerically challenged APNU AFC will have some difficulty understanding what we're speaking of. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture, forestry, and fishing sector is projected to grow by 10.4%. The sugar growing subsector is projected to accelerate its recovery with strong growth of 66.1%, aided by anticipated production of 100,000 metric tons in 2024. The rice growing sector is projected to grow by 6.2%, with production anticipated to be 710,000 metric tons. The other crops subsector is projected to grow at 11.6%, reflecting strong growth in corn, soybean, and other crops like coconuts, root crops, and spices, etc. Livestock and fishery is expected to expand by 6.6% and 15%. Mr. Speaker, it appears that my colleagues on that side of the House are incapable of comprehending a report on what transpired in 2023 from a projection of what is anticipated to take place in 2024. Mr. Speaker, the forestry sector is projected to record growth of 3.9%. Extractive industries, mining and quarrying is projected to grow by 43.6%. The 3 FPSOs in the Stabroek Block are projected to realize production of crude oil of more than 550,000 barrels of oil per day in 2024, with an expected ramp up to over 600,000 barrels of oil per day in the latter part of the year. As such, sir, the subsector is anticipated to grow by an estimated 44.7%. The other mining and quarrying subsector, comprising sand, stone, diamonds, and manganese, is anticipated to continue its momentum in 2024 with projected growth of 19.3%. Mr. Speaker, the gold and bauxite mining subsectors are expected to reverse their contractions in 2023 and grow by 15.7% and 57.2% respectively. Gold is anticipated to recover, supported by higher declarations from the large operators as well as the small and medium scale operators, while bauxite is expected to record higher production from both operators, particularly given the investments made in the sector, and in particular in Linden in connection with the MAS project to which I referred earlier. The manufacturing sector is projected to grow by 16%. Construction is projected to grow by 23.4%. The services sector is projected to grow by 6.9%, with notable expansions on the wholesale and retail trade, administrative and support services, information and communications, and transport and storage. Monetary policy and inflation. Mr. Speaker, monetary policy in 2024 will remain focused on containing prices and maintaining stable exchange rates. This will be done in an environment that encourages continued and sustained growth in private sector credit and economic activity. Inflation is projected to accelerate slightly to 2.5%, reflecting mostly global developments, as domestic production is ramped up to meet the growing demand pressures. On the balance of payments, sir, the overall balance of payments is expected to record a surplus of $120 million in 2024, largely attributed to an anticipated expansion of the current account surplus. The current account is anticipated to register a higher surplus of $7.853 billion US. Mr. Speaker, the capital account is forecasted to record a higher deficit of $7.7 billion US, largely due to an anticipated moderation of FDI inflows, given that we do not expect a new FPSO to be deployed in 2024, as one was deployed in 2023, hence the comparison between the 2024 and 2023 numbers. Targets for the non-financial public sector, central government operations. Mr. Speaker, the current the current revenue of the central government, the current revenue of the central government before GRIF, carbon credit, and NRF flows, on which I reported earlier in relation to 2023's outturn, and on which I'm now reporting on our projection for 2024, is expected to rise by 11.8% to $427.3 billion this year. Tax revenues will make up $408.5 billion, or 95.6% of this total. Internal revenue collection is anticipated to grow to $258.1 billion, or 33.1% above the level last year. Mr. Speaker, central government overall spending is projected to increase by 39.4% in 2024. This is largely as a result of continued expansion of the PSIP, supporting government's accelerated development agenda in and across all of the sectors to which I would have alluded earlier. As discussed, major PSIP investments include projects in the health, education, infrastructure, security, and other sectors. Mr. Speaker, the PSIP is projected to grow by 57.9% this year to $666.2 billion, while non-interest current expenditure is expected to grow by 17.5% to reach $434.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, against this background, the overall deficit after grants for the central government is projected at $395.9 billion, or 8.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, again, entirely financed by no new taxes, Budget 2024 is 46.6% larger than Budget 2023 and totals $1.146 trillion Guyana dollars. The biggest budget ever, and exceeding the $1 trillion mark for the very first time in our country's history. Natural Resource Fund. Mr. Speaker, this year, with 3 production platforms operationalized, it is projected that there will be 202 lifts of crude oil from the Stabroek block, 22 of which are estimated for government. Consequently, earnings from the government's share of profit oil are estimated at $2,078.9 million US in 2024, while royalty payments for the year are projected at $319.9 million US. Additionally, based on 2023 deposits an estimated $1.154 billion US dollars, or 240.1 billion Guyana dollars, can be withdrawn from the NRF in 2024 and transferred from the Consolidated Fund to support the country's development program. I wish, sir, to turn to the question of optimizing the financing mix. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to safeguarding the gains we have made in achieving fiscal sustainability and in managing the public finances prudently. In this regard, in a global environment where interest rates have climbed by over 500 basis points in the last 3 years, it is imperative that we maintain a flexible approach to financing the accelerated transformation agenda, which includes a ramped up PSIP and accelerated delivery of social services and social safety nets to improve the lives of all Guyanese. These circumstances require an optimal and dynamic financing mix, taking into consideration the volume of financing mobilized or to be mobilized with the cost of that financing. With this in mind, Mr. Speaker, our government will be proposing the following at the appropriate time for consideration and approval by this Honorable House. An increase in the domestic and external debt ceilings, which will provide the flexibility needed to optimize on the financing mix, while at the same time safeguarding our debt sustainability. And a revision to the NRF withdrawal rule, which once approved will result in an upward revision to the NRF withdrawal amount to take effect from this fiscal year. The revised withdrawal rule will retain the important feature that as production and revenue ramp up further, an increasing share of the inflows into the NRF will be saved relative to the share transferred to the Consolidated Fund to finance national development priorities. I now turn, sir, to measures. Mr. Speaker, our government remains firmly committed to implementing sustainable measures that will aid the continued development and expansion of the productive sectors, while also bringing relief and improving well-being at the household and individual levels. The measures proposed in Budget 2024 are all aimed at improving the welfare of our citizens, creating opportunities for our citizens, while facilitating and promoting job creation and income generation, easing the cost of living, containing the cost of fuel. Mr. Speaker, as global fuel prices remain relatively elevated, our government has maintained 0% excise tax on petroleum products since March 2022. As world market fuel prices remain volatile, we remain responsive to absorbing the impact of elevated fuel prices as a means of mitigating the transfer of higher fuel costs to the Guyanese people and to the Guyanese productive sector. This measure will be kept in place while fuel prices remain elevated. At current prices, this measure results in our government foregoing an estimated $40 billion annually. Reduction in freight charges. Mr. Speaker, in August 2021, our government had adjusted freight charges to the pre-pandemic levels for the purposes of computing import taxes and in order to combat the increase in shipping costs which were passed on to consumers by importers. The measure was initially implemented for a 6-month period from August 1st, 2021 to January 31st, 2022. It was subsequently extended to December 31st, 2023. Mr. Speaker, recently we have seen an increase in freight prices associated with bottlenecks in both the Panama and Suez canals. In order to mitigate transmission of escalation of freight prices, I wish to announce an extension of this measure for a further 12-month period to 31st December 2024 at a cost of $6 billion. Expansion of part-time job programs. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled that government launched the part-time job program in 2022, in which one person per household was able to earn $40,000 by working 10 days per month in public offices in close proximity to their homes. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, over 15,000 persons were employed through the program, placing over $6 billion in disposable income into these households. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, this program will continue and be expanded with $10 billion budgeted. I add, sir, that the beneficiaries of this program are encouraged to acquire further skills and qualifications to satisfy the skills gap in the labor market and ultimately transition to full-time employment. Other cost of living measures. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, key food-producing countries have been terribly impacted by the effects of the El Nino phenomenon. Here at home, we have not been spared. The government has provided significant support in D&I, along with the distribution of fertilizer to farmers to maintain production, while also aiding in mitigating price increases to the customers. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, Budget 2024 allocates $7 billion for measures to be determined after consultations with stakeholders, aimed at containing and cushioning the impact of price increases. Support to small businesses. Are an extremely important segment of our economy. And they play a crucial role in economic growth and job creation. In support of the development and expansion of small and medium enterprises, there is much more to be said. I had to exercise tremendous self-censorship. Mr. Speaker, in support of the development and expansion of small and medium enterprises, particularly as it relates to the cost of financing for their small businesses, government will partner with the commercial banks to lower the interest rates on loans up to $5 million, thereby reducing the cost of financing for our smallest businesses. Removal, sports equipment and technology. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of the importance of sports and technology to human and economic development, and in particular to our young people, our government has been investing significantly, as I mentioned earlier, in sporting facilities, in access to training, in ICT, etc. It would be recalled, sir, that we removed VAT on data for residential and individual use We remove VAT on applicable taxes on cell phones. Mr. Speaker, in order to further promote access to both sports and technology for our young people, we will remove VAT and duty on sports equipment, and we will remove VAT and duty on essential sports accessories, such as chargers, charging cables, headphones, etc., along with cell phone components for repairs. And the net. Supporting the vulnerable. Increase in old age pension. Increase in old age pension. Mr. Speaker, since the resumption of office by this People's Progressive Party civic government, old age pension has been increased from $20,500 to $33,000 last year. You must examine what you promised in your manifesto and what you delivered. That's what you need to examine. You must examine what AP and UAFC promised in their manifesto and what they delivered. Don't worry, it will come up in the debate. Mr. Speaker, we remain committed, sir, to improving the benefits received by our pensioners. And in this regard, with effect from 1st of January 2024, old age pension will be increased from $33,000 to $36,000 per month. This reflects, sir, a 75% increase in old age pension since we resumed office in 2020. And it will benefit 76,000 persons, placing an additional $2.7 billion in the hands of our senior citizens. Public assistance. Mr. Speaker, it would be recalled that the recipients of public assistance have benefited from successive increases from $9,000 from 2020 to $16,000 monthly last year. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, government stated that all persons with a disability will be registered automatically to receive monthly public assistance. I wish now, sir, to announce an increase in public assistance from $16,000 monthly to $19,000 monthly with effect from 1st of January 2024. More than doubling the public assistance since we resumed office. Mr. Speaker, this will place $1.2 billion in additional disposable income in the hands of over 35,000 persons. Supporting eye care for school children and pensioners. Mr. Speaker, our government has continued to invest significantly in improving access to health services for all of our children, for all of our citizens, including our children. And in the area of promoting IK, we have been building schools. I'm not sure that you could claim to have done that. Mr. Speaker, in the area of promoting eye care for school children and pensioners, our government will provide the following: eye test. A $3,000 voucher will be provided to every child to assist in meeting the cost of an eye test for over 205,000 school children and for 76,000 pensioners at a cost of over $840 million in order to determine whether the person tested requires spectacles to aid their vision. Furthermore, sir, for those who require spectacles, both children and pensioners, a $15,000 voucher towards the cost of the spectacles will be provided. This measure is estimated to cost a further $955 million. I should add, sir, that in this case of school children and pensioners living in the hinterland, where testing and prescription facilities might not be readily or easily available or accessible, an alternative arrangement will be put in place, somewhat akin to the arrangement that we have already started to implement in relation to testing teams being deployed, testing and prescribing teams being deployed to these various communities. The total cost of this intervention aggregates to $1.8 billion. Cervical cancer. Mr. Speaker, cervical cancer is one of the most pressing health problems facing our women folk. Mr. Speaker, in order to encourage testing for cervical cancer, government will provide a voucher of $8,000 for women between the ages of 21 and 65. All women between the ages of 21 and 65 to meet the cost of cervical cancer testing. This intervention will cost an estimated $2.8 billion. And I mentioned earlier that we will be ramping up capabilities to address this particularly important public health problem. I mentioned earlier, sir, the work we are doing to ramp up the capabilities of the Guyana Fire Service. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, we have indeed witnessed a surge in fire incidents in recent times, resulted in a tragic loss of lives in some instances and of valuable property in others. We have been investing, as I elaborated earlier, significantly in boosting the firefighting capability and responsiveness of the fire service. In order, sir, to promote household fire prevention capabilities, we propose, sir, the removal of VAT and duty on fire extinguishers and smoke alarms. Mr. Speaker, national insurance scheme. Mr. Speaker, the current minimum pension paid by NIS is $35,000 monthly. I wish to announce that with effect from the 1st of January 2024, the new minimum NIS pension will be $43,075, which will result in a $2.6 billion transfer of additional disposable income to the benefit of over 27,000 persons. Relatedly, sir, survivors' benefit is payable to the dependents of a deceased insured person, subject to certain, this is the NIS pension to which we are referring. Survival pension is payable to the dependents of a deceased injured person, insured person, sorry. Let me start again. Survivor's benefit is paid to the dependents of a deceased insured person, an insured person who has passed away, who has died, subject to certain qualifying conditions. The current minimum pension paid to survivors by NIS is $17,500. I now wish to announce that with effect from 1st of January 2024, the new minimum pension paid to survivors will be $21,537, which will make an additional $800 million of disposable income available to over 12,000 persons. Invalidity pension. Mr. Speaker, invalidity pension is paid to an insured person who is incapable of work otherwise than as a result of employment injury and has been so incapable for a period of not less than 26 weeks and likely to be permanently so incapable, subject, of course, to the laws and regulations of the scheme. The current minimum invalidity pension paid by NIS is $35,000 monthly. I now wish to announce that with effect from 1st of January 2024, the new minimum invalidity pension paid will be $43,075. This will make an additional $24 million of disposable income available to over 200 persons. One-off grant. Mr. Speaker, the NIS continually engages with persons who have attained the age of 60 and have not met the minimum requirement of 750 contributions to qualify for the receipt of an old age pension. In many instances, the previous employers have gone out of business or have closed down, rendering it impossible for alternative means of verification that deductions were made and paid over to the NIS. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of bringing these matters to closure, we will offer persons with contributions ranging from 700 to 749. It will be recalled that the qualifying number of pensions is 750. We will offer eligible persons with contributions ranging from 700 to 749 an option to accept as full and final settlement a one-off grant depending on the year in which their last contribution was made. We expect that this intervention can benefit over 3,800 persons at a cost of $550 million. The NIS, nevertheless, remains committed to working diligently to resolving all pending claims. Increasing disposable income. Because we care, cash grant. The Because We Care student grant, sir, was restored by the People's Progressive Party civic government after it was callously and unconscionably taken away from the children of Guyana. Sir, having restored this grant, sir, it will be recalled that we increased it to $35,000 last year. I now wish, sir, to announce a further increase of the student grant, Because We Care grant, to $40,000 per child. This, sir, will benefit over 205,000 school children in the public and private school system, placing an additional $1 billion in the hands of their parents. In addition, along with the Because We Care grant, the uniform voucher allowance of $5,000 will continue to be paid. This will result, taken together, the $40,000 Because We Care grant and the uniform allowance of $5,000, which obviously totals $45,000 per child, will see parents of over 205,000 school children receiving aggregate grants, the two grants, aggregate grants totaling $9.2 billion. Private schools too. Support to University of Guyana graduates. Mr. Speaker, in our 2020 manifesto, we promised a pathway for debt write-offs for persons with outstanding student loans. In this regard, I now wish to announce that we will commence the first phase of eliminating outstanding loans owed by graduates of the University of Guyana, on condition that these graduates can demonstrate proof of being employed or self-employed in Guyana after their graduation for a minimum period to be specified, reducing the cost of life and medical insurance. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled that in 2022, measures were introduced to encourage citizens to obtain life and medical insurance policies. These measures allow taxpayers a deduction from their chargeable income for premiums paid for life and medical insurance up to a maximum of 10% of their income or $30,000 monthly, whichever is lower. To further incentivize citizens to protect themselves with life and medical insurance, themselves and their families, with life and medical insurance, I wish to announce an increase in the deductible ceiling from $30,000 to $50,000 monthly, or 10% of their income, whichever is lower. This intervention will reduce the taxable income and consequently the tax payable by a taxpayer and facilitate greater access to coverage, both life and medical insurance, and make both life and medical insurance more affordable. Income tax threshold. Mr. Speaker, the income tax threshold was increased from $65,000 to $75,000 monthly in 2022, and then to $85,000 last year. I now wish to announce an increase of the threshold to $100,000 monthly with effect from year of income 2024.
Well done. Well done. Well done, brother.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as a result of adjusting the income tax threshold to $100,000, Mr. Speaker, 13,000 persons will be removed from paying income taxes and will result in $4.8 billion being transferred to the disposable incomes of workers. Mr. Speaker, these measures will provide over $70 billion of relief to businesses and individuals as we continue to contain the impact of imported price increases, provide relief to the most vulnerable, and promote the expansion of productive activity and job creation, and thereby create opportunity for every single Guyanese citizen. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude. Apparently, sir, the leader of the opposition, I heard a murmur of disappointment from the leader of the opposition when I said I will now conclude. I will now conclude. Let me rephrase that, sir. I will now begin to conclude by returning to the note on which I began. Budget, this People's Progressive Party Civic Budget 2024 comes to this honorable House against the backdrop of very challenging circumstances for our country and for the global economy of which we are very much a part. As I indicated when I began, and we cannot, sir, we cannot be serious policymakers and be oblivious to the world in which we live. We live in a world today that is often being characterized as going through an era, the word that I used at the start, the word that is being bandied around these days is the age of the polycrisis. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the interlocking and overlapping global crises we face, given the bold agenda that our government is implementing to create opportunity for every single Guyanese person, as I've just outlined in Budget 2024. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is fair to say that we in Guyana are also living in what could validly be described as the age of opportunity. This is not by accident. Despite the difficult and unpredictable global environment in which we operate, at home in Guyana, this PPPC government has remained firm in our resolve to ensure that we navigate these testing times, containing as far as we possibly can any adverse domestic fallout from the global setting, while also ensuring that the transformation of our country continues apace and the improvement of the well-being of the Guyanese people is realized in the shortest possible time. Mr. Speaker, what does this age of opportunity look like in Guyana? It almost doesn't matter where we look. Mr. Speaker, in today's rapidly growing Guyana, We need more specialist doctors, and we need more nurses. We need more electricians, and we need more mechanics. We need more masons, and we need more plumbers. We need more chefs. We need more mixologists. We need more truck drivers. We need more excavator operators. We need more programmers. And we need more engineers. We need more banksmen. And we need more crane operators. It doesn't matter. And Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. And in every one of these categories, sir, in every one of these categories, and many more, our government is providing free or heavily subsidized training to every single Guyanese person interested and qualified to receive that training. Mr. Speaker, much the same can be said about demand for goods and services. We almost can't produce as much of any category of goods and services given the pace at which demand is growing. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter, irrespective of which category of goods or services we look at. We can't build out fast enough the hotel rooms and restaurant square footage that we need right now. We can't build out the warehousing or roll out the transportation services at the pace at which we need. There is unmet demand in our domestic and export markets for almost every category of fruits and vegetables we grow, and for almost every category of meat and seafood we produce. It doesn't matter which category of goods or services you consider, despite the rapid growth in all of our economic sectors, including, importantly, agriculture. Demand is there, and as a result, sir, opportunity is there. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is that job opportunities abound and business opportunities abound, and plentifully so. This is Guyana. This is Guyana in the age of opportunity. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 continues this government's work to build out this very Guyana, where every single Guyanese family, as I said at the beginning, is able to meet their basic needs. But beyond meeting their basic needs, is able to avail themselves of these opportunities that I outlined earlier, and many others, to build and accumulate household value and wealth through their own effort. That's why since 2020, we have distributed 30,000 house lots, household wealth. That's why we have given over 21,000 gold scholarships, enhancing employability. That's why we have trained nearly 3,200 teachers and almost 700 nurses, enhancing employability and income earning potential. That's why we're building the Guyana Technical Training College and the Hospitality Institute. That's why we enacted the Local Content Act. That's why we set up the Local Content Secretariat to enable and equip every single Guyanese person to step up and take advantage of the opportunities that exist in this Guyana's age of opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in the face of an onslaught of challenges, Budget 2024 stays the course and paves the way for prosperity to be built by all and for all. Mr. Speaker, if we were to dissect Budget 2024, it comprises allocations totaling $121.4 billion for wages and salaries for central government employees, including a salary increase that will be announced later this year. It includes an allocation of $40.7 billion for old age pensioners and public assistance beneficiaries. It includes an allocation of $135.2 billion for our education system to ensure every single child receives a good education. Incidentally, that includes over $9 billion worth of Because We Care and uniform cash grants alone. It includes an allocation of $129.8 billion for the health sector, including the build-out of several hospitals and telemedicine centers in communities that are currently unserved or underserved, and in our hinterland. It includes an allocation of $204.1 billion to upgrade and expand our roads and bridges and transport infrastructure, laying the foundation for long-term economic growth, while also bringing relief to commuters and residents today. It includes an allocation of $95.7 billion for the energy sector in order to ensure that we can double our electricity production, reduce the cost of electricity by a half, and make blackouts finally an artifact of the past. It includes an allocation of $78 billion to roll out our national housing program and ensure that every single Guyanese family can ultimately own their own home. It includes an allocation of $72.3 billion to finance the upgrade of our D&I infrastructure so that we can grow sufficient food and reduce the risk of flooding, both in farms and in homes. Mr. Speaker, this is Budget 2024, a budget that will improve the lives of each and every single Guyanese citizen. A budget that addresses today's priorities, but that also importantly sets the stage for tomorrow. This is Budget 2024, a budget, sir, most worthy of the unanimous support of this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, this is Budget 2024. Staying the course, building prosperity for all Guyanese. I continue my conclusion, sir, by thanking my cabinet colleagues and their staff for their valuable inputs. I thank also the many stakeholders who made suggestions and sent submissions. And as always, I reserve the heartiest thanks for my own Ministry of Finance team, who, sir, continue, many of whom are here, many, but not all of whom, but many of whom are here, who, sir, continue to display time and time again. I reserve, Mr. Speaker, the heartiest thanks for my own Ministry of Finance team, who continue to display time and time again why they are the special forces of Guyana's public service. Ready, able, and willing, motivated and committed, a best-in-class team that I, sir, am singularly proud and singularly privileged to have an opportunity to lead and to work with. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government, I commend Budget 2024 to this Honorable House, and I look forward, full of anticipation and expectation, sir, that it will win the unanimous approbation of this House. I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the motion is proposed. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, may I join in commending my colleague for this biggest budget ever in the history of Guyana. The people-centered budget for the people of Guyana. And I can also, it's not too late to wish you a happy New Year, happy 2024. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to 10 o'clock on Monday, the 22nd of January, 2024.
Thank you, honorable members. The Assembly stands adjourned to 10 a.m. on the 22nd of January.
It's Monday the 21st, isn't it?
Mr. Speaker, Monday, 22nd.
Today's the 15th. Yeah. Next Monday at 10 a.m.
From foreign places, talk about taking over. We ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no